Okay.
All right.
It's finally time.
Yes, maybe a week or two late, but Next Fest is over, and we wanted to talk about our favorite titles that we
Yes.
played.
The plan, at least, we were going to do it last week, but for whatever reason, the footage I recorded specifically would not work on OBS, so I had to re-record the footage for all the stuff I wanted to talk about, and so that's what I spent the last week doing. Though, unfortunately, one of the demos was no longer available, so I had to change my list up a bit. But we're still going to talk about it. So this is kind of the honorable mention outside of our list.
I guess we could make another tier for that if you would
That's
like.
what we don't have to give Mina her own tier.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're formatting this a little differently than last time. Instead of talking about every game we played, because it got a little
long.
it went long, it was a little exhausting, and there were some games that just we didn't really have much to say about. We each picked a top 5 and then 5 more honorable mentions. So we'll go through the honorable mentions first and then get into our list. But the one game sitting outside of that, it also happens to be a game that both of us played, which is Mina the Hollower.
Yes, the new game from Yacht Club Games,
Yes.
makers of Shovel Knight.
And instead of footage, I just have this. So this is the Steam header.
Yeah.
So just enjoy that very visually pleasing logo.
Yes.
Oh, Jeff said he had fun with that one. Yeah, me too.
It was
So this was going to be on my list of honorable mentions.
Yeah.
So basically, this is the next game from Yacht Club Games, makers of one of the best indie games ever made in Shovel Knight. And even though I don't have footage, the best way I can explain it is what if instead of Hidetaka Miyazaki, what if Bloodborne was made 30 years ago by Don Bluth?
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's sort of like at least in terms of perspective, it's like a top-down kind of Link to the Past style game, but it's more like an action game. It plays like a Souls-like game, and going into like the discussions of the demo on the Steam page, that seems to be like the most contentious subject.
Yeah, it is pretty tough. I really struggled on the first boss in this one.
Yeah, me too. But then that was also before I kind of discovered the idea of using the burrowing mechanic as a dodge.
Yeah, I think that's really intended to be like your primary defensive tool. Yeah. But you just have to, the timing there is really strict. You have to really figure out when the boss is striking and how long you're going to be underground.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, it's very clever. I am really looking forward to this one.
Yes.
One thing I hope to see in like the full game that didn't really show up in the demo was just a bit more of the I guess you could say the Yacht Club character. Like, so much of what I like about Shovel Knight is just like the interesting level design and all the weird knights you end up fighting. And you don't really see anything quite like that in the Mina demo just yet. But I imagine that sort of thing will come once you like get out of the intro area.
You do get a touch of the story, but you don't really, at least it didn't seem really got a sense of like a rogues gallery or anything like that.
Exactly. There's
2 boss fights in the game. One of which seems like maybe an important story character.
Yeah. But
beyond that, they definitely left a lot of characterization close to the vest. But it was fun to play. It was a little challenging. I could see how some people, at least especially people that were really fond of Shovel Knight and the way it played, I could see them being frustrated by it.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't think Shovel Knight was like it
wasn't like super easy. Yeah.
But
and it had kind of like I wouldn't say Souls-like, but it did have a resource you could lose if you died too much.
Oh, that's true, yeah. But yeah, it basically plays like a Souls-like. You have a choice of 3 weapons at the demo. I think it's like a set of daggers that you stab with, and then like a chain flail.
Yeah, I used the flail.
And then a big hammer. It seemed, when I picked up, it seemed like the flail made the most sense just because of the range it gave you. But I was too drawn to the allure of the hammer.
Yeah.
So that's what I used. And it's pretty fun to use, but there's definitely like a skill floor to it,
Mm-hmm.
because you get a lot of damage by charging up the hammer, but it holds you in place.
Yeah.
So you have to pick the right moments to do that. And then you have like a healing resource, and then instead of bonfires, they're like little holes that you burrow into.
I
And you
really
have
like the burrow system.
yeah, and you have like a little base of operations, and you have like a little machine that like prints out,
Mm-hmm.
that spits out like your healing consumables to refill them. It's very there's, if there's anywhere that has like that sort of charming yacht club character, it's there.
Yeah.
But yeah, trying to remember what I do remember about the story. But
Yeah, you're like called to an island somewhere to like you're part of some organization that investigates various things, and like what's happening on the island is related to some sort of technology that Mina worked on.
yeah, it's,
I think.
hmm
But then your boat is attacked by a kraken,
Oh yeah, big yeah.
and the town you arrived at is like set on fire and being attacked by monsters.
Yeah, the things you built to make the island there are going haywire.
Yeah, it's
So-
like a power source of
Yeah.
some sort.
So I get that seems like the main mystery, at least
Yeah.
at the beginning. But yeah, I definitely, given Shovel Knight's success, I have pretty high expectations for it.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see how it comes out. Oh yeah, and the release date is Halloween.
Yeah,
So that seems
that's
pretty
very
fitting.
appropriate.
But yeah, that's Mina the Hollower. Sorry, there's no footage of it.
Yeah, that's all right. Would you like me to start with one of mine?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I gave each of my honorable mentions their own sort of honorable mention award.
Uh-huh.
And for this first one, I gave it best old demo for a new game, and that's
Oh.
to Dimhaven: The Lost Source.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring up that footage.
Yeah.
So this one has kind of a backstory. It starts 10 years ago. There was a Kickstarter for a game called Quern, and Quern was very much the developers trying to make a game that was like Myst. Quern is very Myst inspired, or Quern Undying Thoughts is the full game. And the Kickstarter was successful, and the game came out a year
My
later.
husband used to work
I think it did fairly
moved
well
away
for like a
just before
small
they closed down the
Kickstarter
airport.
adventure game. Got ported to
Oh,
a few other systems, I think
such a
just
lovely
Xbox and PlayStation maybe.
is it still?
And then last year, the developers of that announced their second game, and that was called Dimhaven Enigmas.
Uh-huh.
And they put out a demo for it around, I think, the June Next Fest, and announced they were going to do a Kickstarter for it. And I played the demo for that then and really loved it. But then the Kickstarter failed, and they said, we're going to look around, see if we can find some other funding sources to continue making the game. We'll let you know if anything happens. And I was like, okay, that's
This was for a sequel?
not really a sequel, just another game.
Oh, okay.
Just another game. But I wasn't sure the game would ever actually come out at that point. But then this Next Fest, I was just looking for I was going through lists of genres I like to look for demos. I was reading through a list of adventure game demos. One of the titles was Dimhaven: The Lost Source, and I was like, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
And it turns out they had found additional funding from the company that made. Do you remember the House of Tesla game we played a couple Next
Yes.
Fests ago? Company that makes that in the House of Da Vinci escape room games. They were
Oh.
paying to have Dimhaven finished,
Oh, that's cool.
and they sort of rebranded the game into Dimhaven: The Lost Source because they said the original title, which was Dimhaven Enigmas, sounded kind of too escape roomy,
oh, okay.
and they just like having a more evocative subtitle.
yeah.
So
And Myst isn't really like escape roomy. It's
No.
much more like an exploration style.
yeah. So they also talked about their demo, and I was like, "Oh, is this a new demo?" And it turns out no, it's the same demo to the point that when I installed it, the demo was still labeled Dimhaven Enigmas demo, and also when you boot it up. But yeah, here's the game. It does play. It plays like Myst, but tonally it's very different, which I think it might be part of why the Kickstarter for this one failed. Like in Myst and in Quern, which is heavily Myst inspired, you just like show up on this like mysterious island with strange, possibly magical technology. And there's no like narration. You just have to kind of figure out what's going on. Dimhaven is very much like there's very much a story it's telling you, and you're playing like as a character, and it's in something that's kind of adjacent to our world. Although there's definitely weird, mysterious things happening. You're going to this island to find your uncle who's gone missing. And the island is so isolated, the only way to get to it is to like parachute onto it, which happens right at the beginning of the demo. And this is the first puzzle here.
And I can also scrub through different parts of the
sure.
footage too, if you want me to.
You can see this.
To go to like a noteworthy part.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything I really want to highlight. But you can kind of see like one thing I really love about this demo compared to something like Myst or like I played a bit of Quern is just how tactile everything feels. It feels like you're really like interacting with like real machines.
That's definitely the first thing I was thinking of just watching this. I like how it kind of limits how it switches to a different interface. It's mostly like it stays in that first person style. I think that helps with that.
Yeah, like for this to since the other two buttons are broken, you have to pull out the cord down here to shift it to the one you want to hit. But yeah, if you want to scroll a bit forward, we can see what else is happening. Maybe just like a few minutes. The demo mostly takes place in this like abandoned, I guess you could call it like a border crossing. I guess you have to get like a visa ticket. You have to get your passport back from a seagull who stole it. You have to figure out how to turn the power on, do a lot of stuff. And then once you get through there's an automated sort of passport checker, and that's where the demo ends. I will say I liked all the puzzles in this quite a bit. The final puzzle is very hard, like compared to everything else. I think it's fair, but you mentioned like people complaining about like difficulty in Mean of the Hollow. I saw a lot of people in the Steam forums like saying they couldn't figure out the last puzzle in this. If you don't mind me getting into spoilers, I could explain a bit of it.
Sure.
Like to get through the final like crossing area, you need your passport. You need to have your picture taken so it can check the passport. You need a visa application ticket, and then you need a visa. It's easy to do the first three things, but to get the right visa, you have to like break into this records office, look at a series of like punch holes on your application ticket, then figure out how to convert those into a number for your visa and then type it up. And people really struggled with figuring out how to convert those numbers. I think it's not so bad because you find like a bunch of other people's tickets lying around and you can sort of like pick those out and like plug them in. But it is something that people really seem to struggle with. But I really dug it. Once I like successfully got that all figured out, it felt like very good to have solved that puzzle.
Yeah.
So yeah, this would be in my top 5, but I felt kind of weird putting a demo I played a year ago in my top 5, but I really enjoyed it, and I'm glad the game's actually getting made.
Yeah. This definitely seems up my alley.
I also like the art style. It's like when you get up close to everything, it gets kind of like pixelated or voxely, I guess you could say. It's a fun effect. But yeah,
very
I'm
cool
excited for it.
Okay. Okay, I'll click the saucer back to the tier list.
Oh, also there's a cat you can pet.
Oh, good.
Before I think a seagull scares it away. It was very sad.
Shucks.
That seagull is quite a dick.
All right, so my first game on my honorable mentions list, I guess, is also kind of evocative of Myst. It's Memories Reach.
Oh yeah, I would say that.
It's sort of a puzzle game that involves a lot of exploration and in sort of this kind of isolated setting. Let me bring up the footage for that.
And this is one I also played.
Yes, John also played this one.
And I also captured this footage just to make it so that Thomas didn't have to do everything.
Yeah. Which is probably for best because my footage is a little weird because I got kind of hung up at the end of the demo and ended up like backtracking a lot of stuff because I got confused as to where I was supposed to go.
Yeah.
But I'll get into that later.
Sure.
So
I did get very confused when I played through this for the first time.
So from what I remember and what I could gather, like the premise of this game is you're some sort of spacefaring person exploring sort of the ruins of some alien civilization, and this is a prologue that's playing right now, and this takes place narratively after the demo.
Yeah, like maybe a couple days after, I think.
Yeah, and it basically showcases like all the different sort of powers that you will gain to sort of navigate the area. There's like a power that lets you like teleport to different nodes and stuff, and there's a power that you can use to sort of charge up and power different like electrical nodes.
Yeah. There's one that like creates platforms.
Yeah, and this prologue, things have gone bad for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really made clear.
Yes, there is more fire than there should be.
Yes, but one thing I was immediately impressed with was how well it ran. Sometimes I'm not always used to demos that like run really smoothly, but I was impressed by how well it ran with how good I felt it looked. But in like typical Myst fashion, there's different sort of discrete puzzles and like certain like nodes and terminals that you interact with, usually to like unlock a door or like activate some sort of like switch in the area. But a lot of the game's built around just sort of like navigating this sort of alien space, and the aesthetic actually almost reminds me of maybe like Metroid Prime.
Yeah,
in a way.
I think the developers have said that was one of their influences. Especially the map feels very much.
Yes, absolutely.
It's sort of like a Metroid Prime without combat almost.
Yeah, and I'm glad you know the map in particular, because in the Metroid Prime fashion, it's like a 3D shape that you can like rotate and zoom into and stuff. Let me see if I can skip near the end of the prologue. But here's some. Oh yeah,
yeah. This is sort of like the main kind of puzzle mechanic there, where you're interacting with these like hexagons to kind of build a shape you need to match.
There and there. But let's see. I think this should be the right here. And the end of the prologue is you finally reach outside and things are exploding.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
I also, one of the other games I've seen people compare it to, and I definitely get the comparison, is Outer Wilds.
Yes.
Because you're sort of like sifting through the ruins of this alien civilization, trying to piece together what happened based on like sort of logs you find of what happened. And it seems like something very bad happened.
Yeah. These people definitely don't seem like the Nomai, though.
Yeah, the Nomai were very like benevolent. Like at their worst, they were kind of irresponsible, maybe. But like there's clearly some potential atrocities in the making.
Yeah, much more sort of intrigue and politics between like groups of this civilization.
Yeah, they seem to have a very defined caste system.
This is kind of the beginning of the demo.
Yeah.
And this is you flying over.
Yeah, you're supposed to go investigate like this planet, but the planet is not where it's supposed to be.
So, yeah, it's like literally light years away for some reason.
Yeah.
So there's some sort of strange anomaly that like either moved the planet or moved or altered how you're how you determine where the planet is.
Oh yeah, Jeff's right. The bird people from the Outer Wilds DLC were kind of jerks.
Oh,
but I think the people, the species in Memories Reach might be worse, or at least some casts of them.
Yeah, I still need to play that. I'll have to check that out soon.
Sure.
But so like here's one of the first obstacles you get across. This is actually almost kind of like the ghost matter, where just getting too close to it like hurts you.
Yeah,
but
I think I do get too close to it here just to show off.
It definitely Though it definitely implies there will be like some sort of like Metroid style like solution or upgrade that you can get that'll let you get past them.
A Varia suit of sorts or whatever.
Here, extreme radiation.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is a lot of the game is just sort of navigating these ruins and sort of like interpreting how interpreting like different sort of like icons and signposts that you might not be familiar with. I think there's a point where you actually have to like download some kind of cipher in order to read terminals.
Yeah, I think that's coming up soon, maybe here.
But,
I'm not sure. It's like around like maybe right before you get the map.
yeah, and you start out in this sort of kind of like dry desert area, but you get to a point where you teleport to sort of like this more lush jungle area.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of footage of that, but yeah, I liked it quite a bit. I just really like games that are sort of just about like immersing in like a space and exploring it.
Yeah, and this definitely scratches that itch pretty well.
But so one of the upgrades that you get at the prologue is there's like a certain symbol that if you interact with it, it'll teleport you to it. And near the end of the demo, you find some of those nodes as you're walking back. And I thought, to the way that they were placed, I thought that maybe I was supposed to have that upgrade.
Okay, yeah, I can see how that
And so I started backtracking to see if I'd missed it. But I ended up finally like discovering where I was supposed to go to get to the end of the demo. And then I got it showed me. It said, "Congratulations for finishing it." I don't know if you go all the way to the
I think I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just in the section where I had to do a lot of backtracking because I could not like figure out the there's this one section where you have to interact with purple switches that rotate a bunch of like purple bridges in the section. And it took me way too many tries to finish the last step of those. But yeah, here's the end of the demo.
But yeah, that's Memories Reach.
Yeah, looks neat. I don't think it has a release date yet.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's see here. It says TBA.
Yeah.
But I look forward to it.
Yep.
Metroid Prime ass scanning.
Yeah, it is Metroid Prime ass scanning.
But yeah, it's like Metroid Prime without the combat, like John said.
Okay. All right. I'll talk about my next one, I guess.
Okay.
My award for this was just, I think, most intriguing kind of gameplay premise, and that's looking for fail.
Okay.
If you want to bring up that footage. This, I played a few things that were kind of like escape roomy, I guess you could say. And this is kind of like that, but not quite.
Hello. You have two new messages.
So the idea behind looking for fail is that you get a message from your roommate Fail, who says he's gotten lost in your apartment. So when you go to your apartment, I guess you haven't been there for a while for some reason, you find this like strange technology all over this place, and you eventually get like access to this kind of like retro handheld game system that interacts with the technology. And when you get that all set up, you can use it to sort of like open the front door of your apartment into another version of your apartment. And the first one you see is kind of like overgrown in like vegetation and plant life. And then you eventually unlock a third one that's basically like a movie theater. And so you sort of like have to solve puzzles in all these like different versions of the apartment to move to like different new ones. And while the layout's always the same, of course, whatever the things you interact with inside the apartment are very different. The demo's pretty short, but it is very intriguing. I like the puzzle elements. A lot of the puzzles are kind of based around the handheld game system thing, which has like a kind of a Tetris like mechanic where you're sliding Tetronimos into specific places.
Okay, let me see if I can find
it. There are quite a few of those, and I don't think the footage is very long, so you might be able to stumble on one of them. The first thing you have to do is break into a mailbox, which is where the console is. let me see, maybe a couple minutes forward.
Okay, let's see, this is 4. Okay, here we go. Okay, I see there. It's in the corner. Version 1.1. You plug it in there.
Yep. Yeah, and here it is. You have to like. Oh yeah, here we can do one here. Yeah, you have to sort of slide the blocks so they match the squares in the grid.
Oh, okay.
But in addition to those, there's just like solving like puzzles out in the world. The one big one in the demo is you get into the movie theater area and there's like 4 like screen projectors that also correspond to like security camera footage in a different room. So you have to like set up the projectors so they match, and that unlocks another door. And,
Okay.
or shortly after that, the demo ends. But I'm really curious where they're going with all the different rooms, what kind of secrets and versions of the apartments you can find. I think it'll be a neat little game. I don't know if there's going to be. It doesn't seem like it'll be an especially long thing, but I'm intrigued enough to definitely give it a shot. I don't think this has a release date yet, or maybe just like
Okay, so
let's
here's
see,
the movie theater.
2025. Yeah. There's a lot of like stick bug and leaf bug imagery. I'm curious to see what the game is doing like that. Like the idea of these like living things maybe disguising themselves as like everyday objects is a little creepy given the
Yeah,
setting.
definitely.
So yeah, I'm very intrigued with what's going. The demo runs a little oddly.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure. Like I don't know if it shows up in the footage, but maybe the frame rate was kind of off.
Interesting.
Something. It was just kind of like stuttering. I guess I couldn't tell if that was like an intended effect or maybe just like the game needs to be optimized a bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't like affect things too poorly. So yeah, here you have to like build a map of the house out of the footage you get from the various projector screens. But yeah, it was very neat. I'm intrigued. I'll definitely keep an eye on it.
Cool. Okay. So my next game is Elementalis, and the award I'm giving this one is most demo.
Okay.
It's very long, maybe a little too long.
Yeah, there were a few demos I thought were too much.
Yeah. So it was just funny because usually the frustration with demos is that there's not enough to really kind of showcase the game and put its best foot forward.
Yeah, one of the things I just barely cut from my honorable mentions is like just because like I didn't really have an idea of what the game was going to be. But yeah, also like I think Game Maker's Toolkit in his recent video about Next Fest talked about this. Sometimes demos give you a bit too much of the game. Like you need to leave them wanting more.
Yeah, I think this is definitely an example of that. This is Elementalis, and I noticed when browsing demos, there are a few sort of Link to the Past style games, and I definitely wanted to check those out because that's not a style of game I've really gotten that into much. And spoiler, I actually have 2 Link to the Past style games on my list, and this is the first one. This one, let me bring the footage up for it. This one definitely feels not in like a really like a critical way. This one of the 2 I picked, this one feels much more derivative of Link to the Past. Its story is more kind of basic and traditional. But I think the thing is, like any sort of epic fantasy, it takes a little to get going. There's this sort of long expository prologue, and there's quite a bit of like cutscenes and dialogue and exposition before you really get to the game into the game. See, this is the beginning of the.
That's interesting compared to like those old school Zelda games because those things get you like right into the action.
So yeah, this is the beginning of the prologue. Let me see. And this is just about 3 minutes in. This is about the 5-minute mark. And these are still cutscenes.
Yeah.
And this is about 8 minutes in. I think. Okay, I'm controlling my character now. This is after the prologue, but there's still a bit of cutscenes to kind of get things going.
Okay.
So your classic hero's journey beats, you know.
You need to refuse the call, do all that stuff.
Yeah. So basically, but the story basically, my parents were. This is you playing with like it's like a yo-yo or a ball, and you're like a child, and your parents are powerful wizards, and for some reason this is a world where people utilize different elements for everyday life, for like different sort of like functions and comforts and stuff, and they're going from like shrine to shrine and like either destroying or capturing these elements for some reason that they have some kind of vague sort of moral conviction for some reason they think it's wrong to utilize the elements in that way, but and they're talking to their old mentor, which is this old man, but and they put you into this man's care, but while he's looking away speaking to one of his students, you lose your toy and inadvertently follow your parents down into this shrine where they're going to finish off destroying the last element, but you follow them in, and you being there distracting them causes their plans to go wrong. And it doesn't really explain what exactly goes wrong. It kind of just flashes forward, and now you're kind of grown up as a teenager being raised by their old mentor. And whatever happened, people aren't able to use elements anymore. And so that seems to be like the main conceit of the story, is that you're gathering different elements and sort of restoring them to the land. And but yeah, you have this whole prologue, and then you have like the entire first dungeon in the demo, which is fine, but it's still quite a bit. And then even after that first dungeon, there's quite a few parts in the game's world that are now opened up to you with the power that you get in that first dungeon. So there's quite a bit of game to play there. So so this is me kind of exploring the parts of the world I could go to, but that don't directly lead to that first dungeon. This is kind of a beach area, and I'm kind of fighting some snakes. There's a little cave with a treasure chest in here. There's heart pieces that you can collect to expand your health, just like in classic Zelda style. And then there's also, they have a similar system for your mana, which you'll use quite a bit to cast spells and use elements. Looks right here, I just unlocked a slot for my bag. Your bag only starts with 2 slots, which can get a little annoying.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Especially when potions, there's small potions that restore 1 heart, and then large potions that restore 3 hearts, and they don't stack. So inventory management seems like it's going to be a thing. Maybe a point of friction. We'll have to see.
I will also be talking about inventory management in one of the demos that's coming up.
Yeah, you start out in this forest area, and there's, of course, different sorts of biomes. Let me click ahead. You can also wander over to, like, the magic school that your parents were at, and there's, like, 7 pedestals there, and once you finish the fire dungeon, you can interact with one of them, and it does something. But yeah, let's click at it. Okay, here's the village with the fire temple, and normally there's sections where there's just this like black stone. That's normally where lava would be, and people use like lava to like heat up forges for weapons and heat their homes and stoves and all that. And so you kind of get introduced to a lot of people that are like struggling without this source for without this sort of source that they've been taking for granted, that they kind of their lives kind of rely on. And so somebody asks you to go get coal for them, and once you sort of prove yourself by getting this coal, they then send you into the fire temple. Here's a little cave where I'm fighting some like flaming skulls, which I think is also like a Zelda enemy.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I remember that. I think they might have had bat wings or something.
Yeah. Here's some rats. This is in the mines here. Yeah, you get the ability to drop to like put a stake in the ground and drop some ropes. That's kind of your sort of shortcut technology.
Oh, cool.
Let me see if I can. okay, here's the beginning of the fire temple. Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted to get. So you get up to sort of the northernmost point, and the camera zooms out, and you get this is a sort of death mountain of, this world.
Yeah, I like that effect.
Yeah. But then, yeah, you get into the fire temple, and it's classic Zelda dungeon. You go from room to room and solve puzzles, and eventually fight a mini boss, which is this little boulder guy. He shoots fire in like 8 different directions, and you just dodge it and attack him.
See, yeah.
So they're not going to have a too complicated boss for a demo.
Yeah.
And then you defeat him, unlocks a door to... And then, okay. Oh yeah, one thing I didn't mention is that you have this like little white orb floating around you. And they don't really explain it, but it's like an elemental that's like lost its element. But it's as it's sort of in this like neutral state, it can absorb other elements. And this is absorbing fire. And now you can kind of throw fireballs, which not only gives you like a ranged attack, but also lights torches, which become a puzzle component for unlocking different doors and chests and secrets and the like. And so now going back through different rooms in this dungeon, now with this fire at your disposal, which lets you get to new rooms and get the boss key. Here's a screenshot of the map. Let me skip ahead to it. And here's the... this is the boss of the dungeon. I thought it was pretty neat. It's like a big candle monster, which is fun.
Yeah, cool.
It hops up and down.
Nice.
And then you hit it with fire first to light the wick on top of its head, then you can damage it.
That makes sense.
And when you kill it, you get this candle. And I wasn't sure what it did until I got back to the sort of mage school hub area, and I could interact with the pedestal and put the candle there. I assume putting all the objects that you get from beating bosses there will do something.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely seems like there's going to be like a lot of exploration and secret hunting. But it seems really fun. Like I said, I've never really gotten into these sort of... I really like 3D Zelda. The first game Zelda I ever played was Ocarina, but for some reason I just never really got into the sort of classic top-down style. But this seems like it's going to be a pretty polished iteration of that, if not maybe a little derivative.
Mm-hmm.
But it was fun, and I look forward to it.
Okay.
And that's Elementalis.
Yes. No release date yet, but
Yeah.
let's see. Okay. I think I might also talk about a game that maybe has too much demo. This is going to be my award for a game that has a lot of promise but needs to get out of its own way. That is Mio, Memories in Orbit.
Okay, let me get that footage. Go.
So this is a Metroidvania, and it is very specifically, I would say, a Hollow Knight inspired Metroidvania.
Okay.
And I think like the thing that like I mean by that in terms of like Hollow Knight inspired is like different Metroidvanias kind of like focus on different things. Like something like Ori is like very focused on like platforming challenges. Something like Nine Souls is very like combat heavy, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Hollow Knight is very exploration focused. Like the game is very non-linear, and even the zones themselves are very non-linear in how you move through them. Like part of the challenge is just like figuring out the layout of all the zones, like getting your map filled out so you can figure out the path to where your objectives are going to be. And Mio feels like that. It feels very exploration heavy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what combat is in there is like pretty simple. This is a pretty lengthy demo, and it's a very pretty game. It starts out here. This is basically like the tutorial section. It's this very abstract section where it just teaches you like basic jumping.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to skip ahead a little bit, there's just some text here.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I'm a little behind.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a bit delayed.
Yeah. So yeah, this is basically a simplified version of your main character in this very abstract setting, which might be like a virtual environment, just to teach you the basics. And this repeats whenever you get a new ability. So if you want to skip like maybe 2 minutes ahead, you can see what the actual game looks like.
Okay,
for most
here
of
we
its
go.
run. It's this very very colorful, kind of very like bold sort of line work.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people compare it to like the Mobius artwork, that artist. Like Sable is also very like Mobius inspired.
Oh,
You can
okay.
kind of see
Yeah, I see that.
influences. The setting is this derelict spaceship that used to have, I don't want to say humans, because I don't know if like the living creatures that operated this are actually humans or like some like fictional, maybe alien species. But they've all gone, and they've left their robots and like artificial intelligences behind, and some of them have started to go crazy. So your little guy here, who I believe is Mio, wakes up and just like kind of has to explore. Like you're not given like a real overarching quest right away. You just kind of have to like see what's happening on the ship, figure out what you want to do, and that's where I guess we start getting into the issues I have with the demo. Jumping is fun, combat's good. The map system, I think, is the game's like first big stumbling block.
Oh, okay.
Like to compare it to Hollow Knight, and people have issues with Hollow Knight's mapping system. It's not like universally beloved, but I do think it's better than what shows up in Mio. So for Hollow Knight, you don't have a map for a zone right away. You have to find the map vendor in each zone, and then pay him money, and then go sit on a bench, and you can start filling the map out sort of automatically.
There actually was a system like that for Elementalis as well that I
Okay.
forgot to mention.
Yeah.
It's a vendor that you buy the map from. Anyway, continue.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, that's fine. The way it works in Mio is that there's this one sort of major NPC in a hub, and I'm about to go talk to him in a bit here.
Okay.
And I think the first time you meet him, like, he's not actually awake. So I think you might have to like die first before he wakes up. But after he wakes up, he tells you that like he lets you know like he sort of can like surveil the entirety of the ship. So you think this is your map guy, and that's right. This is your map guy. He's right here. He's the thing I'm in front of right here. This sort of like big wormy thing. But you can't actually buy a map from him. What happens is, as you explore the zone, you get this currency. I think it's called lacquer, or it's LACRE, lacquer, something like that. And you can spend that for upgrades from a vendor you eventually unlock, and you lose it all when you die. You can't recover it like in a Dark Souls or like in a Hollow Knight.
Okay.
But when you die, it goes into the lacquer pool. When the lacquer pool is full enough, the map vendor turns on, and you have map access to the zone finally. But it takes a while for that pool to fill up. You can also like donate any currency you find without dying, but you have to like explore and bring it back to the guy then. And before that, you can talk to him to get a view of the map you've explored. So like when you get back to your base camp, you can kind of like check in and see like where you haven't explored yet. But the maps are so big and like winding that it really suffers. Oops, I crushed myself with an elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really suffers from like not being able to just check it right away.
Yeah.
Like this time when I played through it, I beat the first boss before I had map access. And that was just kind of annoying. And I think that's kind of the thing I feel like with Mio right now. There's a lot in this demo that's really cool, but there's just enough that's a little annoying.
Yeah.
That just kind of turns me off slightly. But like, look at this view. Like,
Yeah.
There's a lot of just like cool imagery and design. The other thing is like it has kind of a badge system similar to Hollow Knight has, but all the badges you get early are just like general quality of life stuff. Like the first one is
okay.
a badge that lets you see your health bar.
Oh, okay.
The
that's
second one
annoying.
is a badge that lets you see the enemy health bar.
So yeah, it's starting to seem like the stuff in this game that's meant to be a novelty is actually maybe getting in the way.
Yeah, that's why I named the award for it what I did. Like,
Yeah.
it takes you a while to unlock a badge that actually does like something interesting, and by the time I got there, it was a badge like I didn't use because I also had a badge that like gave me an extra health, and I felt like I really needed that to beat the
Yeah.
second boss. Like the badge was the last hit of your combo does bonus damage, so if you can
Okay.
like find room to do a full combo, you get extra damage, which is neat. But yeah, I didn't end up using it because I just needed the health.
It this becomes like an issue in a lot of games where that are going to feature like build crafting and sort of play style varieties where if you start putting quality of life, if you start making that a build crafting variable,
Yeah.
that can be like a lot of friction with that.
Yeah. I think like Hollow Knight also kind of does that. Like there's this one badge called the Wayward Compass that lets you see your position on the map. But I think like I don't even know if I like that system, but it gets away with it because like it's the cheapest costing badge, and also like you really don't need to use it that much once you've like gotten used to a zone. But yeah, like even then I wouldn't really miss it if it was gone and they just let you see it on the map.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, do you remember in like the Jenny Nicholson video for the Star Wars Hotel, she talked about like Spirit Airlines,
Yeah.
where it's like they strip out all the amenities and you have to like buy back into them just
Like
to get a normal
piecemeal?
experience.
Yeah.
That is the
what it
exact
feels
like
like.
feeling I had when
Oh,
playing
gosh.
this. And it just
Yeah.
like actually just like moving around, exploring and fighting stuff was fun, but there's enough here that I really hope they rethink.
Yeah, it almost seems kind of maybe over systemized.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. Here I'm watching the video now. Annoyance number 3. They are stingy with healing.
Oh, okay.
You can't heal just out in the world like you can in like Hollow Knight or like I think in a lot of Metroidvanias. You have to like find these special like fountains in the world, and then you can spend your money at the fountain to heal up. And like usually they do have them like right before bosses, but like you have to find them. And for most of this demo, I didn't have map access, so I couldn't like
Yeah.
see where they were on the map.
Yeah.
So just another like way like 2 separate annoyances combined to form one like even greater annoyances. I was gonna see if like you could like skip forward to a boss fight, but I don't remember like when they were. Here, maybe like 20 minutes before the end of the demo.
Here's the map person.
Okay. One cool thing that does happen when you unlock the map is like this thing lets you start kind of flying around in his room, and that's neat. Anyway, when the demo ends, it ends like right after you beat the second boss in the demo. You find this sort of abandoned robot city, and it looks like there's a section for another map guy, but he's like abandoned his
This looks
station.
like the boss. Aegis.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. Yep, Aegis. This is the first boss.
Okay. So what were you saying?
I was just talking about the end of the demo. After you beat the second boss, you find this abandoned robot city, and there's space for another like map NPC, it seems, but that map NPC has gone missing, like abandoned station or
okay.
something. So I assume you're gonna have to find that person before you get map access to that city area.
Okay.
Unlike Hollow Knight, there are almost no benches either where you can just stop and rest to get healing.
Oh,
The only
okay.
benches are like this Nexus guy. There's like 2 of them in the demo, and one of them is right at the end. So those are like the only save sort of areas. Like after you die, you go back there. So like boss runbacks are also extremely annoying, which is another issue with Hollow Knight that this game has repeated and maybe made worse.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can...
Okay, here's me getting my first upgrade, which is
Okay, somebody dragging you into their hole. Okay,
Yeah,
now we're
that's
back
a-
into this digital space.
that's a friendly NPC. Yeah, you go back to the digital space to get your upgrade, and it's a like a grappling hook.
Okay. I see a little node there.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, let's see if I can get footage of this last boss.
It's like a cat, I think, is the last boss.
Oh, that's the end. So was it before you got this upgrade? Or?
No, it's way after I got the upgrade. It would have been like the demo ended like maybe 10, or maybe I didn't get footage of the second boss. Maybe I'm forgetting. So
Oh, okay.
I think I did actually end up, like, I played through this a couple times. Like, this is the second time I played the game to gather footage for it. So
Okay.
maybe I did that the first time. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. But yeah, here's me using my grappling head. But yeah, anyway, a lot of promise here, but I really hope they rethink some things.
Yeah, it definitely could use
Yeah.
some, like a second pass on some of its systems, it
Yeah.
seems like.
When I was like putting my list together for this next fest, I like started with a list of like games I want to talk about, in parentheses good. And then as that list filled up, I was like, okay, maybe this won't make my top 5. I made a separate list called games I want to talk about interesting. And Mio was never in the good list, but it was almost immediately in the interesting list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and like as I said with Elementalis, I wanted to try out Link to the Past style games just because it's a genre that I want to interface more with. And that is also true for Metroidvanias. I would like to check out some more of those. And I did check out quite a few demos of them, but none of them made my list. But one of them did involve healing by sitting on benches.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm glad that sort of Hollow Knight cemented that idea.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's Memories in Orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's see. Next on my list is Orbis. This is the
Okay.
game I picked to take Mina the Hollower's place.
Yes.
But I'm glad it found a way in because I did quite enjoy it. It's a 3D puzzle game. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever played Marble Madness.
I'm like familiar with it enough.
What if that was like more like a Portal style 3D puzzle game instead of whatever the hell Marble Madness
Yeah, I'm not
was.
even sure how you describe the genre of Marble Madness.
But in Orbis, it takes place in some kind of like strange superstructure. And you control a little ball that interfaces with like different nodes to kind of get through different puzzles. Oh, here we go. I gotta click on the video to actually scrub through it. Let's see if I can. It has this weird little mechanic where you kind of rotate your mouse cursor around a circle until you reach a certain audio cue that activates a switch. So here you are controlling a little ball and WASD to move. And I was surprised. I was worried that controlling a sphere with WASD would be a little clunky and awkward, but it's not at all. They definitely thought about making sure it like controlled well.
That's good.
Oh, and so then there's like another little helpful ball controlled by someone else that activated a switch by rolling onto it just to sort of demonstrate how that works.
Okay.
Now it's going into a cutscene, but aesthetically it feels very sort of like there's definitely some kind of artistry in there, but it feels mostly formal, very sort of simple geometric shapes designed to just sort of communicate like important parts. This is me going through a tube, and you can go into first person so you can feel like you're going in a water slide, which is always fun. But then there's simple mechanics that kind of start layering on top of themselves, like you roll onto this pad to activate it, which will activate a bridge, which will allow you to pass over it. And then later on, you'll get the ability to control other spheres. And then you can sort of remotely guide them onto switches so you can then do something else with your sphere. There's nodes that you can click on to climb. This is me trying to climb up while dragging a sphere along with me, but you're not able to do that. And I go into another tube. Whee!
Love tubing.
Yes. lots of tubes and balls in this if you enjoy those particular shapes.
I mean, I have a ball game on my list. It was a good Next Fest for orbs.
Okay, yeah. Then I slot into this little node that will activate a bridge, but it deactivates if you leave it. So then I need to get another ball and command it to go slot into there.
Okay.
So yeah, left click, point destination. There we go.
Neat.
Slots in there as I cross this bridge. But I did enjoy how the puzzles sort of escalate in complexity and difficulty. I thought it was a pretty satisfying curve. The last few puzzles were an adequate amount of challenging for a demo. So as you progress through, the demo has the first level, but then it skips ahead to the third level, where everything starts to is less angular and kind of damaged. Something's gone wrong. The hue is like more red. But it starts introducing some kind of more complicated mechanics. So like now you have bridges that are activated by these floating devices coming within proximity of the nodes that switch them on, but these floating devices have a cycle that they sort of float to different points. But then you have an ability to freeze time. So once it floats by the switch you need it to activate, you can freeze it in place and then move a ball over to a point where two bridges intersect, and then freeze your ball in place while the droid goes to another node to activate the other bridge that the previous bridge is intersecting with. So you can roll onto another switch, and then you also get the power to switch between balls. So then you switch to another ball that activates a different switch. So it's pretty fun kind of puzzling out exactly the sort of sequence of events you need to go through. It was fun and satisfying. But I don't know how much more there is to say about it.
Okay. It definitely looks like something that would be my jam.
Yeah, I like these sort of kind of 3D visual puzzles.
Yeah.
But
cool. And this one actually has a release date.
Oh, nice.
Comes out September 3rd, 2025. So not too
I'll
far
definitely
away.
be checking it out.
Yeah,
It's a fun little. Didn't really seem like there was much of a story just yet. It was the demo was very sort of straightforward and matter of fact, just teaching the mechanics of it. But those mechanics were interesting enough to get me interested in it. But we'll see what's actually going on in there. But that's Orbis.
Okay. All right. I'll change things up a bit. I gave Looking for Fail my most intriguing gameplay premise award. The next one is my most intriguing story award, and that's The Drifter. I played 2 point-and-click adventure games during this Next Fest. One of them was the most annoying thing I played during Next Fest, so we're not talking about it. The other one was The Drifter, and I really dug it. We played some grimmer adventure games lately, like Kathy Rain is a little darker. The Drifter might be even darker than that. But I'm really curious to see what is actually happening in the story. You play a drifter who is returning to, I think, the city he grew up in after his mother passes away for her funeral. And you return, of course, by stowing away in a train. Yeah.
So another dead relative being the catalyst.
Yeah. It's a great way to start an adventure game, it turns out. Things kind of go wrong right away. After the train car stops and you try to get out of the car, maybe jump ahead a minute or so you can see what happens. If you can see a part where the train is bathed in bright light.
Okay.
I grabbed the top.
Oh, yeah, here this may work. You wake up this guy and he sort of he is not well.
Throw the top
kind of
man. wrestling him to the ground.
goes after you with a crowbar or something, I think.
Okay.
And then when you finally get that door open, there's some guys out there. So you want to skip ahead a bit more. Just a little bit.
The man looks around frantically.
Okay, this might
Relax,
be
I've been
good.
caught freight hopping before and talked my way out of it. Hey,
Okay.
we're with Western Rail. Jesus, what the hell? You gotta break the cycle. I can't.
To break the cycle. Oh.
Yeah. There is something strange going on, because this is not normally how I think they treat, like, rail hoppers.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, after this, you escape, and sort of more general adventure game stuff happens. You have to, like,
Pick it up.
get an abandoned car sort of powered back on so you can charge your phone, so you can call your sister and find out what her new address is, so you can go visit her. But part of doing that is you start interacting with this reporter who is investigating, like, homeless people, both going becoming very, like, unhinged and violent, and also just generally going missing in this area, which might be related to whatever happened on the train.
Yeah.
But the demo, like, right as it's about to end, you stumble upon that reporter being kidnapped by sort of men in, like, almost like tactical, like, SWAT outfits.
Oh, okay.
And then they tie you up, tie you to a weight, and throw you in the river, and you die.
Oh, no.
And then time rewinds, and you have to, like, find a way to get yourself out of, like, the area you're tied up in. If you want to skip sort of towards the end of the demo, I'm probably going through that.
Okay, here's the SWAT guys kidnapping her.
What do they want with her? Well, she actually my lungs.
Okay, here you are tied up.
No breath to scream.
Yes, that's where you die. You have to sort of, like, find a way to get yourself a bit of spare oxygen and then cut through your ropes and escape. Also, you find out that, like, there's a bunch more bodies down here that have been disposed, just
Oh,
like
jeez.
you have been. Yep, here's where I'm dying.
Somehow.
I am dead.
And then rewinds. I'm curious if this is just like a gameplay element, or if, like, there's actually something, like, supernatural happening here.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it could go either way, especially because, like, the guy on the train car, you know, mentioned something about a cycle they've been going through. Like, maybe all this stuff is, like, repeating in some way.
Sensations.
And I could definitely see that. Yeah, I'm really intrigued by the story of this. There aren't a lot of, like, puzzles in this demo. It's fairly short. I think it was like 20 minutes, and a lot of it is just story. But I'm really digging what I'm seeing here.
Yeah,
and
looks interesting. I really love the
like,
pixel art.
Yeah, the pixel art's very good. There's all the bonus buddies down under the river.
There's definitely some very gruesome imagery.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely, like, in our wheelhouse of the style of adventure game we've been playing lately. So yeah, that's the Drifter. I think it's coming out soon, like maybe this month.
Okay.
Yeah, July 17th.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Well, it's Summer of Adventure.
it is John's Summer of Adventure. And we're almost done with Kathy Rain.
That's right.
I did
yeah.
pick up Kathy Rain 2 in the Steam Summer Sale.
Oh, good. Okay.
Cool. All right.
Okay. Next honorable mention I have. So since this next fest was in June, because it was Pride Month, I picked out quite a few demos with the LGBT tag.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is my Pride Month award. This is my favorite game that I played with that tag, which is Crescent County.
Okay.
So the story didn't immediately seem to have any sort of, like, romantic elements to it, but it definitely seems like there's potential there. But beyond that, let me bring up the footage. There we go. So Crescent County seems literally like an island shaped like a crescent moon, and you play as a witch that rides her broom much like a motorbike, and you have a bunch of like biker witch friends, and you're starting a job as sort of a courier.
Yeah.
But like the main focus of the game very much seems like just exploration and really just taking in this really just kind of cool space and setting. There's definitely it definitely feels like there's like an intentional lack of interfacing. So there's not a mini map. There's a map you can bring up on your phone.
Yeah, but you have to like manually bring it up. You can't just have it out while you're tooling around.
Yeah, and you can't you can't like punch in like a waypoint to go to or anything. So it's very much about just sort of you can see on the map where you need to deliver to, but then you sort of kind of visually navigate to it on your own. But
yeah, when I was getting footage for this, a lot of the time I would just like stop at like an intersection and just like sort of like figure out where I am in regards to my destination for that. It didn't feel very like tactile in a way.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those situations where they like intentionally take away sort of a quality of life feature, but there definitely feels like much more like an intentional sort of purpose behind doing that, like removing that. Cause it definitely feels like it adds to like the way they want the game to sort of be experienced. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of these like very big sort of pretty vistas as you sort of like ride around and just sort of like taking all of it in while you're kind of riding around. Seems to be like the main conceit.
Yeah, one of the first deliveries you do is like up a mountain to an observatory, and that's very scenic.
Yeah,
you kind of like not like you kind of glide down, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and it does teach you a few sort of different ways to sort of navigate through this area. So like for one, let me see if I can get to that mission. See, yeah, okay, you go up and deliver things to your friend Aster here, and then she tells you an easy way to get down is just like jumping off. Since you're a witch and you're riding a broom, you can't necessarily fly, but you can float, and you float. And as you float, you can kind of float through all these wind turbines that give you kind of a speed boost as you go through them. So you can see going down the hill here, and again, kind of just taking in this like really big vista, just very sort of cool design and style.
Yeah, I'm really curious to what the sort of like the big things in the distance are, like those big like cylinders. I didn't really get up and explore those.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm really curious to see more of like the world out here, because I didn't do a ton of exploring because I just wanted to get through the demo. But it also just like the broom riding just feels pretty good.
Yeah, so I was surprised how good it felt. I was expecting it to be like clunky and floaty, but they definitely put a lot of care into making it like feel nice and reactive and fun.
Yeah, there's drifting.
Yes,
you do a lot of drifting.
Yeah, and there's also like most of the time you're going to be riding on roads because you do travel faster when on a road, kind of like in Mario Kart in that way.
Yeah.
But then there's also different kind of pieces of terrain that you can ride over that will give you like a boost, because there's like pink flowers on the ground that will give you a boost when you ride through them, and you can sometimes utilize those as a sort of a shortcut. I don't know if you got footage.
Yeah, I can't remember when it was, but that is like one of the tutorial deliveries does teach you that.
I think there's also like a side quest where you like herd in some sheep.
Yeah, that was fun. I did spend a lot of time honking at sheep.
But yeah, like normally I'm not really into like what people would like call like cozy games, but this definitely feels like it gives off that sort of vibe. But I think there's like enough interesting here, both in like gameplay and like aesthetic and world building, that enough to get me interested in it.
Okay.
So I really dug this. I just really loved sort of just riding around and just kind of taking in all these really cool, well-designed vistas. And you do a few deliveries and the demo ends there, but I think it was just about a good amount of stuff to really kind of showcase the main features of it, and I really dug it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and then the last delivery you have, you get to go on this like highway
Yeah.
that just kind of goes
really
from one
speeds you up.
one tip of the crescent to the other.
Yeah.
Just go real fast.
Yes. There's also going to be some sort of broom upgrade system. They just
That's true. Yeah.
barely touched on it. I'm curious to see how that goes. Oh, here's some sheep.
Yeah.
They're going to get honked at.
Very fun, very cool, very cozy.
Yes.
I definitely see it being pretty popular once it comes out. Does this have a release window?
I don't think so. It just had a Kickstarter.
Oh yeah, really.
That-
TBA had a successful Kickstarter.
Yeah, I think I admitted it's called pretty comfortably.
Cool.
But yeah.
Yep, that's Crescent County. Yeah, and the demo ends when you meet a new character.
Yeah.
Here. And there it is. All right.
Cool. All right, let's go to my final honorable mention. This almost made my top 5, but there were a couple like minor annoyances, so I kicked it down to honorable mention. I had a hard time coming up with an award for it. For a while, it was most European, maybe best characters, but I kind of settled on best atmosphere as just like a general title, and that is Holston.
Is this the one that Grimbeard had?
Yeah, Grimbeard also talked about this
Okay.
in his video.
Cool.
Yeah, if you want to get up footage. And also before you can even start a game, there's like a little intro movie before the menu, and I really needed to get that on camera because it's pretty great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Holston is a survival horror game set in Poland in I think the early to mid 90s.
Okay.
Your friend Bartek has been investigating a slaughterhouse in a small, like sort of outside of a small town.
Oh.
And he stops getting in touch. So you go to investigate, see if you can find out what happened to him and bring him back. So you get on a train, but then while you're riding the train, they announce that they will not be stopping in the town your friend went missing in. So then this happens. And yeah, it's got this like pixel art style, but it's only like it only appears to be pixel art because, as you can see here, everything is actually a 3D model.
Oh, like the menu doesn't come up until you fall out of the train.
It's pretty great.
That's charming.
Yeah, I played on easy, which I think is about all I could do. I'm not great at these. For the most part, this is kind of like not quite top down, kind of isometric here, as you can see. But when you go into combat, when you go into combat with a gun, it sort of swings down into an over-the-shoulder view. I think there's like a tutorial enemy I kill like maybe in a minute or so. I don't know if you can find that while scrolling through footage, so you can kind of see the effect. First, you have to talk to this depressed scientist who wants to commit suicide but doesn't have the guts. She asks you to do it for her, and then you refuse, but she gives you her gun anyway, and then you kill I don't know, maybe not a zombie, some kind of like, they're infected with, I think, like protoplasm or something. I forget exactly what they call it, but it has quite clearly like sort of taken over most of this town, and this scientist lady was involved somehow and feels like extreme guilt for it. But yeah, after, it feels like this isn't like right at the beginning of the game. It feels like maybe there's a section before this that's not in the demo, and then after this section it like jumps ahead again. So it's still like there's still sort of like bits and pieces missing from this area. Here's the combat tutorial. Yeah, this will be. I'm about to shoot a guy. Yeah, and the enemies have these like sort of glowing orbs of like, I think it's the protoplasm or something. And if you hit those, you do bonus damage. Yeah, there's the over the shoulder.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's also melee combat. I got a crowbar. And I think you can get a knife near the end of the demo, but that stays inside of the isometric view. Like here, after you kill that zombie, you skip ahead to sort of the main section of the demo when you're wandering around the main square of the town. And you get to what I think is the highlight of the demo when you're just interacting with all the people in the town who have gone like crazy enough where they're not like violent or antagonistic, but they're clearly off. Like there's this old guy dressed up as like a Boy Scout. There's these two managers of a construction site who both seem to be kind of in their own world. There's this like sleazy guy who will trade you bullets for cigarettes. Cigarettes are a currency in this game. It's pretty great.
In a way, that definitely seems like it achieves like way more unsettling than if you just had like crazy violence.
Oh yeah, because there's always like this like, you know, thought in the back of your head. It's like, it's something I do gonna make one of these guys snap. Like one of the puzzles you have to do here is you have to like grab a step ladder from one of the construction sites and bring it to an abandoned or a broken down bus. And I was worried the entire time, like while I was carrying that ladder, that the guy who runs the construction site was gonna freak out on me and go after me, but he didn't, like yet at least. Yeah, I also just really like just the design of the space just feels like this really feels like a place like the developers like grew up in.
Yeah,
like, really,
there's definitely a lot of
really
like care and
in.
detail that you seemingly only come from someone that's had a lot of experience being in a space like this.
I have a few just like nitpicks, I would say. Like one, like I guess this is similar to Mio, but it's not as bad. The map in this is bad. I think it like part of that is on purpose. So you can't like, you have to explore a bit yourself. You can't just rely on the map. But it's just like a paper map you can look at. And while it it updates for new objectives, it's just like not super useful. And sort of the difficulty with the map and the fact that you're like isometric for most of the game, like there were parts where I struggled just because there were like areas I didn't realize I could go to. Like in the demo, like if you go like far enough down a street where like the area ends, he just like turns back and says, I still need to explore here or something. But like there was one street I was supposed to go down to and I just didn't realize it was like different to the streets. Like I had already tried that way. That like stumped me for a while. Yeah, I just got some cigarettes. They even have a camel on them. Hopefully they don't get sued by anybody. The demo is like, I would say, more puzzle focused than combat focused. But most of the puzzles are solid. One of the repeating like puzzle themes seems to be there's this thing called a mother like plasm or something. I don't actually remember what they're called. They're mother like something. And they have these like a bunch of like bright spots on them. They need to shoot the bright spots to like destroy the full thing, and that usually opens up a new section of the map to explore. And each one of those is linked to like some sort of puzzle. Like the first one is like it has a bunch of fake spots you can shoot. So you have to like find a way to figure out which ones are real because they respawn like quickly enough where you can't just shoot everything. And also bullets are a limited resource anyway, so you don't want to do that. You have to find, you know, tools to open up areas, keys and stuff. Combat is, I think, fine for the most part. The shooting is solid. Enemies are a lot quicker than I was expecting. That's tough. Melee combat is like not great, but also like I feel like that's maybe kind of like by design. Like melee is supposed to be kind of a last resort measure. It also has like a stamina system, kind of like Dark Souls. Like getting hit takes stamina, shooting or swinging takes stamina. But you can eat like chocolate to refill stamina in the middle of a fight, which is kind of neat. My big point of annoyance is just inventory management. Like your inventory fills up quick in this with all the chocolate and healing items and cigarettes you get. Like maybe on harder difficulties it wouldn't have because I don't get as many resources. But that was more like annoying than challenging in this because like there isn't like an item storage mechanic, at least not that I found, or maybe there's not one implemented yet. So like when I needed to like make room for like a key item, I needed a like a wheel crank to get a tire off a car. I had to just like dump stuff out of my inventory to pick it up. And I couldn't pick up a shotgun until I used the wheel crank because I needed that space in my inventory. That was kind of annoying, and I hope that's something they fix for like the final game. They have said like that and melee combat is something they'll be working on. Plasmodium, that's
Mother
it. Mother
Plasmodium.
Plasmodium. Yeah, and there's a second one of these you find in a park. You just have to like find the orbs kind of hidden behind statues and stuff. Like here, this is the one where the fake orbs are, and you have to figure out which ones are real. And that's just written down somewhere else. And then at the end of the demo, you borrow a car from this woman, and you go out of town and you do a driving mini game, which really surprised me. I didn't realize there was going to be driving in this game, but that was tricky. I definitely got my car pretty banged up, but I did manage to finish the demo with the driving. I don't know if I got footage of it though. I think I cut my playthrough here after I beat the Plasmodium.
Yeah, it looks like it just goes to the Plasmodium.
Yeah.
But there's driving.
Yes, there's driving. I'm curious to see. You're driving on the way to the slaughterhouse, and I imagine they want to stop you before they get to the slaughterhouse. And that it feels like they sort of like tease like elements of what's going on. Like there seems to be like this weird brother and sister couple who run the slaughterhouse or maybe powerful politically in town. Mm-hmm. There's a creepy church doing something.
Oh, lovely.
Like very classic, like Resident Evil inspired stuff. But I'm really enjoying most of what I'm seeing from this.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued. And like you said, I'm really impressed by that sort of 3D pixel style that they achieved.
It's really unique, and it looks just great.
Yeah, very cool.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't think this has a release date. I think they're going to do a Kickstarter, so hopefully that works out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I really like it.
Cool.
My favorite of I played a couple like horror things, but this was easily like my favorite of them.
Nice.
All right.
Okay, my last honorable mention is my award for it is the Exactly As Advertised award.
Okay.
Which is Brutal John 2.
Oh my. And
there's not much you need to see about this game before you understand what it's all about. It's your classic boomer shooter. Here's the beginning screen. Its inspiration is extremely on its sleeve.
Evil but captured the world using crypto mining technologies.
But basically, some evil lizard monster has taken over the world through the power of Web3 and cryptocurrency.
God, of course.
So each level not only involves you fighting hordes of like lizard monsters, but also kicking down different crypto mining rigs.
Awesome.
But you mainly play John, this muscular man with an extremely thick Eastern European accent. Very evocative, of course, of Duke Nukem, but also maybe a bit of Serious Sam as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, your character doesn't really sound like John St. John, but the narrator of the trailer definitely does.
Okay.
If it's not John St. John himself, it's definitely someone doing a pretty good impression.
All right.
But John here is a very sort of thick, I guess, Eastern European accent. Maybe not exactly like Arnold or Jean-Claude Van Damme, but definitely like in that sort of wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Has very sort of basic quips that he makes to what's the lizard monster has a name, and lizard is in the name, but I forget what the name is. But here's me finding my first crypto rig. There's a prompt to press E, and that just kicks it, and it explodes.
Nice.
But you get your typical sort of boomer shooter weapon suite. Here's another crypto rig I found. That's like one of the sort of like collectibles that it tracks.
You just have to like blow up all the crypto stuff.
Yes. Nice. And then there's other stuff, crates and stuff you can kick down for cash, and you spend cash to upgrade weapons and stuff. Here's like a little node that like constantly respawns like these little enemies, and now I'm looking in the mirror. Some armor to pick up, but yeah, there's not much that really kind of sets it apart from other boomer shooters beyond the just very amusing conceit of destroying the
Web3.
the plague of Web3 and crypto mining. But it was very fun. Controlled very well. It was very fun to shoot. Controls were snappy. All the guns had a very sort of satisfying audio and visual sort of impact and punch to them. Some people called it like crunchy. Sort of very almost tactile feeling.
Yeah, I can definitely get that. It looks like maybe you're picking up burgers, or those,
Yeah,
like,
yeah. So
health?
you pick
Yeah.
up food. Food is health. And it comes in the form of like burgers, and then you can also pick up pizza, which doesn't heal you right away, but sort of acts as like a consumable that you can use in a pinch.
Nice.
And then you can also drink energy drinks, which
Well, fill up your heat gauge, probably.
yeah, and I think you use that to activate bullet time.
Oh, okay.
If I remember correctly. But the first couple levels you play as John. So I'll click through this first level. Kind of indistinct. But then the second level, it's in the sewers. This is close to the end of the first level. There's some more.
Yeah.
The end of the first level also has like a little arcade cabinet you can play, and if you get to the end, it opens up this shelf that's blocked off by like a force field, but if you beat the arcade game, it unlocks that, and you can pick up some health and ammo goodies from there.
Cool.
This is Babujo. It's like a side-scrolling
Oh,
platformer shooter thing.
nice. Like the original Duke Nukem.
Was that really?
Yeah, it was like a side-scrolling shooter.
I did not know
like
that.
Duke Nukem 3D was the first one that was like a first-person.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I've never played any of the Duke
Yeah,
Nukems,
I haven't either.
but I've heard very good things about 3D.
Yeah, that's like the one I've...
Yeah. But if you go through this, there's a boss at the end where it's like a big flying saucer.
Awesome.
You can upgrade your gun in different ways. You get like a shotgun style cone, or like a machine gun style burst of bullets, and there's me blowing up the UFO.
Awesome.
Babujo saved the world.
Good for him.
Okay, and then it just cycles back through the intro. Then then it unlocks that little force field, and I go across the roof. Well, I think I died once and had to go back through the level. One of the things it teaches in the tutorial is quick save, which I should have made more use of. But then the next level is a movie theater. There's a little beginning cutscene, and then okay, yeah, you go through the movie theater, and there's a bunch of like the little lizard guys just watching a movie, and they actually aren't hostile to you, and I don't think they count towards the enemy count at the end of the level either. So you're free to just kind of leave them alone.
Awesome.
And there's more kind of amusing instances of that in one of the later levels. But then you go through this movie theater, and then you fight your first boss, Brainstorm, and you just quip about how ugly and stupid he looks. Boss defeated.
Nice.
Yeah, and this is John's big quip. I'm good, you're bad, and you're also ugly. Very sort of clever and sophisticated jabs.
It's got quite the wit.
Yeah, but then this is the last level you play as John, and then the next level you actually play as the dog.
Okay.
Whose name I forget, but it's like a Shiba that's also somehow gotten extremely swole. And you play alongside a female character in like a cat suit who rides a motorbike. I think her name is Jess.
Okay.
I don't know what her relationship to the dog or John is, but she kind of, I think dog refers to her as Mama, so probably something along the lines of that. Yeah. But the whole point of this mission is you're driving down the road, you see a big beer truck, so you're gonna hijack the beer truck.
Oh, of course. You're right there.
Yes. Here's like a pig man attacking your truck.
No.
So then Jess hijacks his bike, and then you get out of your truck just before it explodes, of course, and then jump on top of another truck. And then the level is sort of just jumping across all these trucks on this giant freeway.
Nice.
as you make your way towards the beer truck. So there's a lot of shooting goons from other trucks. There's a little jump pad that bounces me onto another truck. And then there's a boss in the middle of this level. I go into sort of the inside of this truck, and then the walls fall away, which gives me more room to maneuver around this boss's missiles. And then, but you can also like shoot the missiles down. Crocoid.
Cool.
But then you sort of hop between different trucks and go inside their like cargo areas. It's pretty neat. And then towards the end, there's one cargo area. Here we go, where there's just sort of like a saxophone, a musical performance going on.
Nice.
A bunch of these little crocodile monsters with popcorn, and then some more with some very garish outfits playing guitar and saxophone. Crocodile Swamp. It's very fun.
Yeah, I like all the character here.
But the exit's blocked off by a force field, so you have to go up to the upper level and hit a switch, which spawns a huge horde of enemies that you gotta shoot through. But but it still doesn't make the other guys down there hostile. So
they can just jam.
Oh
my, that is a lot of crocodiles.
Yes. And here I am getting close to the beer truck. One thing I will say, I think the demo could improve upon a little bit is sort of kind of teaching the sort of function of each sort of weapon in your suite, because it starts you out with like a lot of different weapons. You use a weapon wheel, and you can kind of see it briefly whenever I bring it up, but I don't think I really utilized all of them to their full potential. I mostly used this sort of like AR-15 style rifle, because it was one of my best options for like long distance. You don't really get like a sniper rifle, at least yet. But the demo might give you a little too many weapons.
Yeah, I can see that maybe being something they should like parcel out.
Yeah, I remember watching videos on like Black Mesa, and like one of the most important things is sort of kind of ironing out which situations are covered by which guns in your sort of suite.
Yeah.
And you don't want them overlapping too much, but you also don't want them like isolated. And I'm not sure if Brutal John is guilty of that yet, just because I'm not sure quite yet which situations which each gun is like mostly suited for, because there wasn't really much explaining that.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know how much it really needed to explain. I think the main appeal of this game, it made pretty clear what was in here. But then, you finish the level, and then it takes you to this movie theater that just sort of plays the trailer for the game.
Cool.
But it was fun. Not a lot of depth, but I don't think it doesn't seem like the kind of game that's aiming for any kind of depth, at least in that respect. But it looks very fun. It definitely knows what it wants to be, and seems like it's succeeding with that. That's Brutal John 2.
Cool. All right, we're into the top fives now.
Yep, our top five.
I will say, for disclosure, I think Thomas and I had the same game as our number fives.
Yeah.
So I shuffled one of my honorable mentions into my top five, just so we'd have like five each to talk about up here. Keep kind of an even amount of titles.
Yeah.
So my number 5 is Herdling. You want to bring up that footage?
I will do that. Here we go.
Herdling is interesting. When I had it in honorable mentions, I called it, had my best vibes award, and the vibes are very good.
Okay.
But it's an animal shepherding game, I guess you could say. This is the second game I played where you play as a homeless character. You're this boy who wakes up on a couch under an underpass in this kind of like grimy city, just as like morning is breaking, and you wander around a bit and you find this animal with a bucket on its head.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, it'll happen in like a minute here.
I do love sort of an urban decay aesthetic.
Yeah, you're gonna like a lot of what you see here then. So the animals in this game are called calicorns, I believe.
Okay.
If I remember right. And they're very, I would say, yak inspired. There's a lot of the aesthetics in this game, I would say, are very Himalayan or Nepalese.
Okay.
Like just the colors and the design of the animals. So anyway, I walk out here, and in about a minute, I'm going to find my first calicorn. And I think when I recorded this, I named them all after Yakuza characters.
Oh, you can name them?
Yes, you name every calicorn you
That's
find.
cool. That kind of helps you kind of attach to them.
Oh, yeah. This game wants you to be attached to these. And like, that could be cloying, but I think one thing this game does very well is the animals always feel like animals. They don't feel like just like cute
NPCs.
mascots.
Yeah.
The way they move, the way they react to you is very animalish. Like there's my first calicorn.
There's a bit of kind of uncertainty and sort of chaos to like their behavior.
Yeah, to how they move, how you like get them to move. Like, so he's got the bucket on that.
Oh,
so you
I
have
see.
to you find a stick somewhere. Yeah.
Remove bucket.
Yep. There it is. Pry the bucket off its head, and then you sort of calm the animal down and tame it. And then you get to name it. I named this one Kiryu, of course.
Oh, good.
If I remember right. But yeah, then you just kind of try to get it out of the sea. Like, I like how their eyes go kind of red when you tame them, and the horns kind of glow. There's definitely something kind of spiritual going on here. There's Kiryu. And you can pet your calicorns, and later on you can feed them and clean them. Directing the calicorns is interesting because you kind of have to like get behind them and like create a line between you and where you want them to go.
Okay.
You can't just like point to a spot and have them go to the spot. You had to, if you wanted them to turn, you have to kind of get on their side. Here I am petting my guy.
Yeah, I see. You can pet it.
Yeah. So there's a bit of kind of like light puzzle solving early in the demo, and you find two more like small little calicorns. I forget what I named them. One of them is definitely Majima.
Okay.
I think the other one might be Nishiki.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
We can find out.
Yeah. But yeah, you rescue two other little guys, and then you get out of the city, and after that it gets kind of interesting because once you get out of like this first stage of the city, there's like this open field, and you get access to, I guess, the stampede mechanic, you call it. If you like direct your herd through these fields of blue flowers, it builds up a resource, and you can use that to kind of like speed them up, and they just kind of like run across the field. It's very, very neat.
Cool.
I think after I recruit a few of these, you find this like, oh, maybe it's here. You find this like picture of the calicorns like looking at a mountain.
Oh, I see.
And it's never like vocalized, but the goal seems to like be to like kind of maybe get the animals you find back up to like the wilderness. So
I can see that.
Yeah, you find 3 animals here, and you get them out of the city, and you go across a few fields, and then you kind of arrive at like this kind of abandoned, like, I want to say like a train station maybe. It's also very decayed, and you rescue a few more animals.
Okay,
Oh, here's
looks
one
like
of the
here's
little
your
ones.
second one.
Yeah. You have to get the big guy here to calm the other one down, I think.
Okay.
You have to get on the other side and open up that gate.
Okay, it's got a little there.
It really reminds me of like a Fumito Ueda game, just the way there's like no dialogue, there's no real instruction, and even like especially like Last Guardian with how the animal and that kind of behaves. Like I don't think they put as much work into making like these guys have the artificial intelligence of that thing, but they really don't need it, I think. Yeah,
but yeah, those games are definitely really prided by how minimalistic they're able to be with like communicating
Yeah.
what you need to know.
All right, here we go. Kiryu manages to calm this guy down.
Okay, that one's got some different kind of horns.
Yeah, they all look fairly different. I found 5 during the course of the demo. I don't know if there's any more. Like 3 of them are like kind of like the small guy, but even then they all have like different horns and different like faces. Yeah, there's Majima.
You pet him.
Mm-hmm. I make sure to pet all my guys.
Yeah.
I think I get a Nishiki. I think I get a Haruka at some point.
Okay.
I don't remember what I named the last one. I'll have to go check at some point. But yeah, if you want to maybe skip forward a little bit so we can see like the outdoor sort of running section. Those are
okay. It looks like this is your third one.
Oh yeah, there he is, the little brown one. Yeah, this might be where I'm taming. Oh yeah, this one has his tongue sticking out a lot of the time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they do have a lot of personality.
I'm trying to see. There's a point where you name him, but that's all right.
Okay.
I'll skip ahead to when we are outside. Oh, they're pushing a crate here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a bit of light puzzle solving.
Big thoroughfare here.
Yeah,
okay. Oh, here we go. Exiting out into the wilderness. There's a
That's
big
a really cool scene too. The light breaking through that.
Yeah, big
that kind of
vista.
street. Yeah.
Especially sort of punching your way out of those narrow alleyways
Yeah,
into this
definitely.
big, wide vista.
Just the feeling of like finally getting out of that,
Yeah.
that cramped city. And then running across the field with your herd. But yeah, then after you run through here, we should see some of that. There's one more section with a bit more puzzle solving in the train
There's the
station.
title drop.
Yeah. You get 2 more calicorns, and then there's a little section in the forest. But that seems to be sort of the general like gameplay loop of the game. Like these sort of cramped indoor sections with some light puzzle solving where you build up your herd. And then these more open sections where you're kind of just moving through a field.
I see these sort of blue flowers that you're passing through.
Yeah, I think once I pass through one, you kind of unlock the running.
But yeah, I definitely get a big Fumito Ueda vibes from this.
Yeah.
Though this seems maybe a little more colorful than those
Yeah,
typically
it is.
are.
I definitely like. Yeah, I mentioned all the like sort of like Himalayan like color scheme, like the calicorns kind of like glow at some points, like here.
Oh yeah, I see.
It's like blues and reds. I feel like very kind of like the dyes you'd see in this sort of culture. But yeah, here we go. We start stampeding. You hold up your stick and just like boom them out. But yeah, I'm very excited for this. I do worry, like, how much distress are these animals going to get into? Something from the trailer, you do see them being kind of like harried by birds at some point.
Okay.
So this doesn't really feel like it's ever going to get like super dark, maybe, but like it's not like I wouldn't lump it in with like the sort of cozy game aesthetic, because there's definitely like enough griminess and enough like I don't know, not quite sadness, but just sort of like this sense of like decay and loss in the urban
melancholy,
environments.
maybe.
Yeah, melancholy is good.
Yeah.
Contrasted to sort of the innocence and the just natural sense of these animals.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really dig just the tone it builds.
Yeah, me too.
But I really enjoyed this.
It seems cool how it's kind of setting up, sort of exploring a person's relationship, not just with the animals, but particularly like wild animals, and sort of your responsibility with how you interface with them. I think that's a really interesting thing to touch on in a game like this.
Yeah.
So anything later in the demo I should show?
Could maybe skip forward to maybe if there's like an area where I'm like moving through another like building, that would be like the train station.
Okay.
But it's not a ton left. You kind of get the impression. Maybe a section where I have more of my little guys. Yeah, this is sort of the second puzzle area.
Okay.
And this is the food you can feed your calicorns.
Okay.
And this is one of For this section, you have to like feed one to tame it, and then they use that one to like calm down the other one, which is
I see.
hiding under a train car.
That one's like in some bushes.
Mm-hmm. There he is. Yeah, and then like there's a little camping spot here, and you camp and spend the night. Oh yeah, that's Nishikiyama.
Oh, good.
Here, I'll tame this one. What did I name that one? Maybe that was Tachibana.
Here's Haruka.
Okay, nice.
Oji-san.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Okay, and then here's your crew at a bonfire.
Yep.
Nice. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. You don't get quite a dream sequence, but you do see some kind of art, I think, while you sleep. I like the way the big guy like kind of curls up when he sleeps.
That's really cool. All right, you're falling asleep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then after this, there's one more sort of stampede section. Then there's a bit where you're moving through a forest, and there aren't really any puzzles there. That's around where the demo ends. It's also like it feels like there's kind of like a broken up like highway there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few cars around there. I'm not sure what this image represents. I'm very curious.
Mm-hmm.
Like the world building is very like sparse, but it's intriguing. But yeah, this is doing some real cool things, and I'm really looking forward to this.
I think I'll definitely check this demo out.
Yeah,
myself.
we should probably make a list of like the demos we want each other to play. Yeah. This doesn't have a hard release date, but it is supposed to come out sometime this year.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Here's another stampede scene going into the forest, it looks like.
Yeah. And there are like I did find like one kind of collectible, I guess. It's a little like ornament you can hang on your Calicorn's horns.
Oh, okay.
That seems neat. That might be something that like you explore to find more in the full game. But yeah, I think the demo ends with just you leading your herd up onto a road. I mean, in the forest, you kind of have to like plan out a route through so they won't get like hung up on trees.
Mm-hmm.
They do like to move as a group. But yeah, it's really neat, really unique.
Yeah, very cool. All right, that's Herdling.
Herdling.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think this is right where it ends once you get up onto this road.
Oh yeah, it's fading out. Cool. All right.
Cool.
All right, Herdling. Okay, so my number 5 game is what John also had. I think has his number 5. And I mentioned another Link to the Past style action RPG, and this is the one I ended up choosing to be on my top 5, which is Under the Island.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like this one a lot as well.
And I think, at least compared to Elementalis, I think this was just doing more interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, I don't really want to hold Elementalis's derivativeness against it. Yeah. I just thought this one was maybe a little more creative in its presentation. This
is definitely taking like the sort of Zelda, the top-down Zelda gameplay loop and doing its own thing with it.
Yeah. So the story goes, it looks like you're it's almost kind of starts like Spirited Away in a way.
Yeah.
You're driving with your parents, you're moving to like some new like remote location, literally an island, and but you're kind of upset having to
leave your friends. Like it sounds like you're maybe moving through like from like a larger city to like a small, more rural area where there's not as much going on.
Yeah. And so Nia, that's her character. Silence in the middle of nowhere.
Very spunky teen.
Yes. But you're dropped into this sort of, like you said, very rural, sort of quaint neighborhood. And so you go off exploring, and at some point... Oh, yeah.
Pretty yeah.
Yeah, you get, like... You're introduced to another girl that sort of kind of gives you a tour of the place.
Avocado, I think is her name.
Yeah, something like that. But you get to meet sort of little quirky cast of characters. You don't do a lot with them yet, but I'm sure you'll get much more acquainted with them in the full.
There's a lot of people who are like, the full game will have a side quest for these guys.
Yeah. All these people will definitely have some sort of weird errand that you'll run for them. But let's see if we can find...
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, Avocado, you're right. And she sort of starts giving you a tour of the place, and then I don't remember how, but you like fall into like a hole or something.
She takes you to this shrine, and then you would like immediately mess with it when
That's
you couldn't,
right. Here we go.
Like fall into the
like a trap door opens up.
Yeah. And you meet a bird man.
Yeah. And he explains that this island is actually some kind of giant...
Like, I think he calls it an ark.
Oh,
I don't
that's
remember
right.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's
some kind of large machine or device or vehicle, obviously. But it's... let me see if I can cut ahead. Yeah, here's the Birdman.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently it's breaking down and the island is going to start sinking.
Yes, Karasu is his name. Yeah, the island will sink, so he's taken it... He's given you... charged you with the task of saving the island, and that involves finding, I think, like gears or something.
Yes, I think he said he needs 4 gears.
Yeah, which...
Presumably 4 dungeons around the island.
Yeah, and you do end up going through, I believe, the first dungeon, which is... which is like a greenhouse.
Yeah, the thing I really dig about this is it seems like the dungeons are all going to be like these takes on these sort of like real areas that have just been sort of monsterified.
Yes, so yeah, I think that kind of touches on what makes this game really stand out among like a lot of games like it is it's the games that it takes inspiration from are very much grounded in like a explicitly fantasy setting, but one of the big appeals of this is very much sort of the mundane sort of being hit with like unexpected whimsy. So like instead of a sword, you attack enemies with a hockey stick, and here's you getting the hockey stick or something that looks like a hockey stick. Oh yeah, it is a hockey stick. Somebody else took the sword.
Yeah, I love that.
And left a note, so you just have to use the hockey stick. And then I think you get the ability to use bombs later, but like everything you do that you wouldn't be surprised in like a more fantasy setting is like weaved into the sort of something more mundane, which ends up kind of making it charming. And sort of as we touched upon, the first dungeon is a greenhouse, and here's Molovich.
Oh yeah.
I think he gives you some kind of tutorial.
Yeah, and he says like if you need a hint, you can come talk to him. He'll like point you in the right direction if you get lost.
Just as it's the plot of Atelier Ryza 1.
Oh yeah, it is kind of.
I never played it, so
yeah,
I'll take your word for it. That's cool. But yeah, I've heard good things.
Yeah. Also, you unlock I think a fast travel point up there, but I don't think you ever find a second one, at least in the demo. But it seems like that's what those are going to be for.
Touching base with Mum.
Yeah, I wandered around a bit. I actually found some areas I didn't see when I played through the first time. This is another one I got footage of for Thomas.
Yeah.
But yeah, I there's a lumber camp I guess I missed when I did my first playthrough of this.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't have a lot going on, but there's a bit you can do there.
Yeah, I think I remember going through here.
It's got like a stealth section.
Yeah. A bit of exploration. There's this crazy lady whose workshop has been blocked by these boulders.
Yeah. If you agree to help her out, you can get some bombs. Yeah. I will say my one issue with the game is I wish they were a little more free with giving you bombs. I felt like I was always running pretty low with those. I would have liked to be able to blow stuff up. Mostly I just liked hitting bombs with a hockey stick.
Oh yeah, I actually never really took advantage of that. Yeah. I should try that out.
I did use it on the I guess you could call it the boss fight, like the boss encounter, maybe.
The sort of quote unquote boss of the greenhouse isn't really a boss, but it's like more of an event that you have to sort
Yeah,
of
and that's a really interesting twist
Yeah.
on the genre.
Yeah, I thought that was neat, but I personally struggled with it quite a bit. It
Yeah.
took me quite a few tries to actually succeed with it. But it was pretty. I do really like how much it mixed it up. It didn't just give you like an explicit boss fight.
Yeah.
So, did you get footage of the greenhouse?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get there.
Okay, yeah, here's the greenhouse. So it's laid out like a typical sort of Zelda dungeon, but it's in a greenhouse.
Yeah.
Which, there's humor. It just like the raw sense of like things being way bigger on the inside than they appear on the outside, which is fun. Here's the chest. Is this the one that gives you like the...
I think it is, because I think you need to use it to get out of here. You get like a fireball torch here.
A fire plant that shoots fireballs. Just like Elementalis, the first ability you unlock is shooting fire.
Yeah.
But it lights planes on fire to create a chain reaction that lights torches to unlock rooms. So that's really cool. Pushing blocks.
Melting blocks later.
But yeah, I guess the main story of this dungeon is like there's like a race of like plant people, and there's one of them that's putting on like a show where she like sings, I think.
Yeah.
And you fight. Some of them are hostile to you, and some of them aren't. But at the end of the dungeon, instead of fighting a boss, you are enlisted by the manager of this. Here we go. This sort of opera singing plant lady to work as like her bouncer. So while she's singing, you have to like fend off like hordes of adoring fans that are charging towards her.
Yeah.
If you assist me, I can guide you straight to your elusive gear wheel.
Yeah. And it does get a little... I think it took me 2 tries here.
Oh yeah, there's this little encounter beforehand where you have to like activate the stage by lighting up some fires
Yeah.
underneath it, but there's like little avoidance phases first.
And there's another one where you have to like light the stage lights. There's a whole sort of sequence of little mini-game stuff.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think you're on a moving platform. You have to light up the torches. Yeah. Okay, then there's this big alleyway, and these fans keep slowly coming towards the other side. So they start on the left side, and you can't let any of them.
Yeah, whenever one reaches, you take a hit.
Yeah. So and some of them you can just hit to like incapacitate, but then you have these guys with like wooden helmets. You have to like shoot off of the fire. Those guys with the hockey stick.
I keep accidentally firing.
Hit their helmets off. Those guys typically hit 60 damage.
Yeah.
And then eventually there's like a really big guy.
Yeah. That's the one I tried to use bombs for. I think, and that helped a bit, but he's tanky.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, you're just getting like a horde of it.
Yeah.
Like,
you can see how quickly things escalate.
yeah.
Let's see if we can get footage of the... Here's the big guy. And eventually, you don't knock him out. I think he just, like, turns around.
Yeah. He just gets sick of being pelted.
But eventually, you succeed in fending off this horde of crazed fans. And
Yeah.
I assume she gives you... I don't know if she gives you the gear wheel or if she tells you where to get it.
Yeah, this is right where the demo is.
Yes, this is the very end of it. But I found it very charming.
Yeah. So kind of like, I feel like there's some Earthbound inspiration here.
That's
maybe.
true, yeah, definitely.
But like the way it like combines a mundane setting with more fantastical elements.
Yeah, here we go. It's succeeding. You get to go into her dressing room. And that's the end of the demo.
Yep.
But yeah, that's very fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I've played a few like sort of top-down Zelda likes. This is easily my favorite of the ones I've played. Demos in Next Fest.
Yeah. Cool. That's Under the Island.
All right. My next one, we can probably just watch all of the footage I recorded.
Oh, okay.
This is, I'm going to mispronounce this, but I'm going to give it my best shot. My number 4 is Ooh.
Okay.
It's an O with some umlauts and then 2 more O's. Ooh.
Okay, yeah, it's 4 minutes.
I would say The first time I played through it, it took me like maybe like 12 to 14 minutes. So it's not a long demo, but I think it is kind of like a perfect demo in that it like showcases exactly what the game is going to be and then no more.
Yeah,
and it's
just enough to kind of get you hooked.
Yeah. So Ooh is a Metroidvania kind of. I don't know how many like Metroidvania elements it's going to be, but it's very like puzzle focused. You're this little caterpillar guy, and each segment of your body is a bomb, and you use the bomb to jump and to blast you places.
Yeah, I
So
see.
you're like, I need to get a fly for this frog to open up the gate.
That's interesting that because you know your video game brain, your first instinct is to just like try and kill the frog.
Yeah.
But no, you have to like actually
give him
yeah.
food. The bombs don't work on him. I tried. But about halfway through the demo, you reach an area you can't get across with just one bomb. So you go another way and you get a second bomb. That's where the puzzles really start getting kind of interesting. Like here, you can't blow yourself up into the spikes. You need to drop down.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you need 2 bombs to get across there. I see. But I just like the idea that someone found the idea of bomb jumping with Samus interesting enough to make an entire game about.
Like build an entire game around.
That's really cool.
About where you get the second bomb. But yeah, not a lot here, but yeah, we can see the entire thing. I'm really curious as to how much they develop the mechanic in the full game, because I imagine as you get more bombs, the puzzles are going to get very, much trickier. And I wonder if they'll like maybe give you bombs that do like specific things or like have like different kind of blasts. Seems like there's a lot of space to work with, even though it's such a simple mechanic.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they're going to sort of grow this design space.
Yeah, like here, I think that this is a really interesting wrinkle, just getting back out of this, because you can't like walk up and drop a bomb because there's not enough room for you. So you have to blast your second bomb with your first bomb. It's just, the puzzle design on display is like, just like, it's not like super hard, but it's well done enough. I'm really curious to see how much they push it.
Let's see how you get across this gap now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay. There's a checkpoint there.
Yeah. They're pretty generous with checkpoints. This isn't, like they've said, there's not going to be a lot of backtracking in this. Like, the Metroidvania elements are usually just like exploring. You do open up some fast travel points.
Oh, I think I asked this question before, but do you detonate? Are the bombs on a timer, or do you detonate?
No, it's one button to place, one button to detonate.
Oh, okay. And they detonate in like the sequence in which you place them.
It's A to place, X to detonate is what I did. Yeah. The first one you place is the first one that detonates.
Ah, I wanted to see blow up a wall to reveal a fly.
Yeah, you can kind of see there's one sort of alcove missing.
Okay.
So you grab a fly.
Interesting. Another frog there.
Oop. Yeah, it's just like, like I said, just kind of a perfect demo in that it just is great about showing exactly what sort of game it's going to be.
I noticed that you had to be a little careful about where you place the bombs to make sure they explode in the correct sequence.
Yeah, that's something you really have to keep in mind. That's, I think, definitely how they're going to push the difficulty puzzles. Like this one here, the first time I did it took me a while. So you can't, like, get back out this way, because whenever you place a bomb, your guy ends up on top of it. So you have to like blow up the first bomb so it gets launched upward and then drops back down in front to clear the way.
There's your timer, I guess, for clearing the demo.
Yeah, I've tried to get it faster. I can get it under 4 minutes, but yeah, it's tricky. But
Very
yeah,
cool. Like, it's neat we can get like all really the demo has to offer within just this little space here. But yep, that's Ooh,
yeah.
Cool.
My favorite of the Metroidvanias I tried.
Awesome.
The most unique of them.
Okay. I need to get some water, maybe use the bathroom real quick, so I'll switch over. There we go. Okay,
All right.
back. So, as demonstrated with Ooh, and will also be demonstrated again with a game higher on my list, we are fond of kind of puzzle style games with cute pink little shape, like simple shaped mascots. And because my next game is Slip and Slime.
Okay.
This is probably the most like explicit sort of puzzle style game I played, and I really loved it. Let me get the footage up here. Did I forget to upload the footage of it? I know I have footage of it. Let me see if I can. Videos, next fest footage. There we go.
Oh,
This is Slip and Slime.
nice.
If you've ever played, like,
Oh, that is cute.
yes. So, Slip and the kind of conceit of Slip and Slime is if you've ever played like a sort of adventure game and run into a puzzle, or I guess I would call it like an ice floor style puzzle, where you have to move either yourself or objects around a surface that maintains your momentum all the way until you hit a wall. That's what this entire game is. You play like a little slime cube who maintains its momentum indefinitely until it runs into a wall, and you just play like a series of levels that involve just getting to the end despite that sort of challenge, and they're sort of kind of numbered across this little
I see.
background. But here's the first level. It's kind of the tutorial there, WASD, kind of moving through. Very sort of simple concept,
Okay, yeah, I see.
but it builds upon it in some pretty interesting ways. But most of these first few levels are just sort of tutorializing you. So then you gotta kind of figure out how to get your slime up to that sort of more narrow way. So then down that way. There you go. Have to kind of figure out how to get through sort of oddly shaped passageways
I
that
see.
aren't as straightforward. And now this level introduces spikes as a hazard, but also teaches how you can sort of just undo moves and step backwards. And so you get through the spikes and across the bridge. But now I'm kind of stuck. I have to... The next move goes into spikes no matter what, so I rewind myself and find a different way through.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, and then sort of the next element introduces are these like little pink slime puzzles which will stop you in place. So then you can use those to kind of stop your momentum before running into something dangerous. It gets you down here. But the demo, I think, is like, I want to say like 20 stages.
Okay.
But the exit, they each have like an exit that's like a kind of brightly lit doorway. This is pretty clear how you get through, and then kind of expands on these sort of pink puddles. You kind of have to jump between them to actually get a proper angle to get into the exit. So you go across them until you get to the one you need to reach the exit. The levels get very brief, but they do kind of grow in kind of length and complexity as you go further in the demo. See if I can cut ahead to
Yeah,
the
it
next
definitely
main
feels like
mechanic.
something they could build a lot of mechanics onto, especially if like they get through like different worlds and different biomes might introduce. Like,
Yeah,
like that.
so yeah, this first biome is your sort of classic kind of Green Hills Zone style biome. And then
Got
the
kind of
next one,
levels
it
that
take
one way. way.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, I was saying this one has like ledges that are kind of like one way.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the next thing. It introduces sort of one-way ledges that you can hop over. The next zone it takes you are like a cave zone.
Oh, okay.
And that's where the demo stops. And now this introduces sort of moving blocks that you can push and interact with.
Okay.
That the very last there's the main demo, and then there's some optional challenge levels that you can do, and the very last challenge level involves moving some boxes, and it gets pretty challenging.
Okay.
The first time I went through it, it took me a good while. The initial footage I recorded, I think like almost a third of it was just me going through that last level.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, it sounds like it gets very tricky.
So, okay, and then... Okay, now we're in this sort of like cave area, and it introduces sort of floor surfaces that will collapse once you pass over them. So you can only pass over them once.
Yeah.
So, to the exit. And then then it shows you can push a crate over a hole to fill the hole and let you pass over it that way.
Yeah.
So I find a way to push this crate up to the top and then push it over that hole to move forward. Okay, and then we've got a level that starts adding sort of different mechanics together. We have some collapsible floors,
Pink slime
in a box.
Yeah.
So I end up rewinding, but you can tell like where you start, you have to pass over those three parts, so you have to find a way to get a crate onto that middle hole.
Mm-hmm. So you can get through the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I assume the crate also interacts with the slime. That might be...
I think so. I actually don't... Yes.
To...
Yeah. You're right. It does. Because you can see, right here. It stops on the slime, and then you just have to push it into place.
Mm-hmm.
Here's me thinking about how to do that. Oh, I end up backtracking. Yep, right down. Oh, there we go. And I find the way out.
Awesome.
Okay, now here's our next mechanic. You have these grates that when you pass over them, you'll get smaller. It takes away a lot of your slime, but it lets you pass through these narrower passageways. And then there's these other different sort of pink patches that when you pass over them, it makes you large again.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. It looks like you can't push.
Yeah, you need to be large to push crates. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really impressed by, like, even in this small slice of the game, just how many different mechanics it's showcasing.
Yeah, I'll try not to spoil some of the later puzzles because I think
it'd be fun.
You'd enjoy doing those, figuring those out on your own. But yeah, once again, it starts sort of layering these different mechanics on each other. So you have to go small to get to certain spaces, but then you need to get big again to move crates around.
Okay.
So you need to move that crate there in order to let you get into that passageway, but then you need to make yourself small. And I believe once you're small, if you pass through a grate again, you just fall in. You have to start over.
Makes sense.
But then now it introduces these little water streams where if you pass onto them, it automatically takes you to where the streams terminate.
Okay.
But if you're small, I don't know if it introduces that yet. Let's see. At some point, it shows that if you're small, you can actually... Here we go. If you're small, you could just jump over the streams instead of like getting caught up in them. So yeah. So this level starts with a gap that you can't cross, a grate, and a narrow passageway. So you have to be small to progress. So it takes you through this little area. And then it shows you that you can jump over streams if you're small. So that's which you can't do if you're large.
Yeah.
So it's another way they sort of take us like a straightforward mechanic and mix it up while layering it with like other mechanics. So then you need to find a way to jump over the streams but get up in that passageway up there. Yeah, and then you get up against that rock to do that. Let's see. And then the scenery kind of changes here. It maintains that mechanic with like the different streams, but
Oh yeah, now your
color palette's shifted quite a bit.
Yeah. Interesting.
But yeah, and then here's the world map with like all the different levels. I think I've just finished the main levels, and then the extra bonus levels take you into this sort of kind of more this darker cave setting with kind of
Like crystal.
like glowing crystals and stuff, and then introduces this mechanic of picking up keys to unlock doors. I think that's the last major mechanic it shows. But it does some interesting stuff with that. So like I've picked up a key here, but there's 2 walls that unlock with keys, so I need to make sure I only run into the wall that I need to unlock, because running up against a wall with a key will like automatically unlock it.
Yeah.
But yeah, this gets into the challenge levels, and I won't show too much footage of those.
Okay.
But the last one of which, let's see here, involves using 3 crates in a way that can be tricky. Yeah, here. So it has these 3 crates here, and a collapsible floor and a key that you need to somehow use to get to the exit. But that's Slip and Slime.
Cool.
Very simple, very straightforward, but I really enjoyed... The puzzles scratched my puzzle solving itch in just the right way. I definitely would like to see a lot more of it. I could see myself just kind of grinding out a bunch of levels in like a few hours.
Like it could be pretty addictive.
It's a very addictive. So yeah, a lot of fun.
Okay. On to the top 3, and I like settled on my top 3 pretty quickly.
Sorry, just real quick, and I guess it's apparently slated to be out in August.
Okay, cool. So this one's coming pretty soon. Nice.
But yeah, anyway, you were saying.
Yeah. Sorry, I was saying I settled on my top 3 of this next fest pretty quickly, but I could not settle on an order between them.
Oh,
so I will say, going forward, like these are all very close to each other. But yeah, so for my top 3, one of the fun things about Next Fest is like finding games like from like smaller developers, like, you know, unique things like that. So it almost kind of pains me to do this, but my number 3 game is from a major publisher in a decades-old franchise. And it is Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
Nice. So they had a demo, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will say, while it's published by Koei Tecmo, the Ninja Gaiden company, this is not actually made by them. They contracted this out to the studio who made the Blasphemous games. Those sort of like medieval Metroidvanias.
The Game Kitchen, is that them?
I think that's right, yes.
That's what's showing on the demo.
And boy, is this good.
Awesome.
It's just, I haven't played any of the classic 2D Metroidvanias. I have played The Messenger.
I was going to say The Messenger is kind
like
of
the closest it gets.
think of.
And I know there are some people who talk about how they liked the parts of The Messenger before it became more of a Metroidvania, when it was much more of a Ninja Gaiden style game. And if you're one of those people, this might be a game for you, because it's just it's hard to describe. Like, this just really feels good to play. You play as a disciple of Ryu Hayabusa.
So you don't play Ryu?
You don't. This apparently is sort of like, I think it takes place at the same time as the first Ninja Gaiden. It's like early in the game, like Ryu gets called to America by his father, which I think is like the inciting incident in the first Ninja Gaiden. But at the same time, your village is under attack by demons, so I think Kenji is his name. Has to take over defense of the village. This is just the basic level. Learn your basic mechanics. The big thing about this game is like almost every enemy dies in one hit. So for the most part, you can like just like carve your way through demons. But there are like special enemies that like take multiple hits to kill. But there are also like sort of basic enemies that have kind of a glow to them, and when you kill those enemies, you get a special charge that can kill any enemy in one hit.
Okay.
Also, you can see like you can bounce off of enemies and projectiles with your attacks for mobility. Cling to ceilings.
Sort of classic mechanic.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll showcase sort of the hypercharge mechanic, it calls it, in a bit here. But that's I think the secret sauce that like really makes the combat work, because you just like, when you get like a horde of enemies, you kind of have to like very quickly sort of plan how you're gonna carve through them, and just it feels so satisfying to like pull that off. And just like the movement is snappy, the combat is really good. You just kind of have to like parry this guy.
This pitching machine.
Yeah. Oh, this isn't even the only game I have with like a pitching machine that gave me trouble. We'll get to that one in a couple of games. At the end of this, you have a sort of a boss fight against Ryu, and I don't know if that's winnable. It seems like even if you're doing okay against him, eventually he just grabs you and does a big like wrestling move on you to end the fight, and then demons attack, and you have to go through the actual kind of first level. So if you want to skip ahead to that, I don't know if there's a lot more. And it'll be probably a bit more fun.
It looks like this is the Ryu fight.
Yeah. It'll be easier to show off combat with a bunch more demons on screen.
Shrine Maiden.
Oh yeah, she's
Ryu and Kenji are under attack. It's coming down the mountains. Okay. All right. Oh, I see some fire.
Yeah, there's a lot of fire in the first level.
Okay, yeah, if we can now we can kind of get a sense of like
see there I get charged
the
up
enemy variety.
when I get the charge through the enemy one. Go bounce off. It's fire.
So how do you charge it?
See that enemy with like a blue glow on him? Once you kill that, you get charged. But you can also hold your attack button to charge yourself at the cost of some of your life.
Oh, okay.
So if you don't see an enemy with charge, or like you already killed one and didn't use your charge effectively, you can do it in a pinch, or you can just like wail on the enemies till they die, but that's not quite as fun. And then this level ends with a boss fight that's good. It's not super hard. I think the first time I did it, it took me a couple tries. It's good. And after that, there's this funny moment, like right when you're tell the Shrine Maiden you're gonna leave the village to find the source of the demon attack. And she says like, okay, Kenji, but whatever you do, make sure not to get involved with the Black Spider clan. And then it skips from the first level to the third level. Doesn't show you the second level. And Kenji is immediately like possessed by a female ninja from the Black Spider clan.
Oops.
It's a very comedic moment.
Okay,
and that's where you get the other half of your abilities. So you have this this ghostly female ninja. I think her name is Kunimitsu, or maybe that's the ninja from Tekken. I don't remember.
Okay, looks like this is your first boss fight.
Yeah, if you want to get that. Bosses you can't kill in one hit, but if you get a charge, it does deal bonus damage to them.
Okay.
I think it might stun this one.
Okay, and there's like a blue flaming skull that
Yeah.
will get charged. Oh, okay, and he gets stunned when using the charge attack. Nice.
Yeah, I really just like the way bosses look in this game. There's this is the only boss you fight, but you do see like a second boss during the second part of level 3. But you don't get to fight at the demo. I think it ends like right before that boss fight. Yeah, the bosses look good. Just big monsters.
Big flashy attacks. I
Yeah.
like that. Good telegraphing.
They just put like the first Blasphemous game on sale for Steam, so I picked that up. And
Oh, good.
that game also has like nice big bosses that are fun to smash. I haven't played a ton of
Very
them,
cool style as well.
There we go. I think I'm gonna kill him here.
I want to get a footage of the Shrine Maiden telling you about them.
Oh yeah, it's good. Oh yeah.
Please come back alive.
But what if the Black Spider Clan's behind us? We can't afford it.
Mission complete.
Sorry.
Oops.
I'm burning through water bottles. But yeah,
World map.
there are optional abilities you can do. I was really bad about knocking this off. I think one of them is definitely just like don't get hit, and I got hit quite a bit. I died a lot in this, but it's pretty generous with checkpoints. I saw people complaining that it's not hard enough like the old Ninja Gaidens, but I'm going to be okay with that because I enjoyed this a lot.
I'm sure there's ways to kind of
and I imagine
more organically increase your challenge.
Yeah, and the demo also has a hard mode I haven't checked out yet because I had enough challenge with just the base mode. So Komori, that's her name. She's sort of the other half of your abilities. You have this this like purple gauge.
I see.
You can spend that gauge to throw daggers or throw other weapons with her.
Oh, okay.
She's like appears as like a ghost. It's like I can throw up a dagger to hit that switch, or she does, but she's around me.
Looks like you light up that shrine there.
Yeah, those
like
are
a
your
checkpoint?
checkpoints. Yeah.
Oh, okay, and then you're throwing projectiles to defeat these blue guys.
So, yeah, and if you hit those purple orbs, it sort of refill your Komori gauge. Also, this is the other wrinkle for the charge system. Some enemies have a blue charge and some enemies have a purple charge, and you only get the charge if you kill them with like the matching ability. So blue charge, you need to hit them with one of Kenji's abilities. Purple, you need to hit them with one of Komori's.
See, I like that way to sort of mix up enemy variety beyond just like messing with like health and damage variables. You actually have different ways that you need to employ to neutralize them.
Yeah. There you get like spider weapons. It feels like some of the game is gonna.
There's a pink coated guy right there.
Yeah, maybe experiment with later. Maybe you get different styles of weapons. You have to pick what you want. So yeah, you have to kill that guy with a Komori ability to charge up. There's also sections. I think there's one coming up in the demo in a bit. There's like demon shrines where you can interact with to have like Komori kind of go to the demon realm, and then you play as her through kind of like a tough platforming section.
Oh, okay. Here's a blue coated guy.
And you have to do that to open up.
Blue auras. I see. Let's see if we can get to that.
Yeah, blue auras, you use your basic attack or your guillotine slash. Pink auras, you use the dagger or the spider weapons. Okay, yeah, you just passed the area where you control Komori.
Okay, looks like...
Oh yeah, here's these like weird goopy demon things. Oh yeah, when she throws her dagger, she sort of teleports.
That's neat.
And you're on see that timer above your head. It's
oh, I see the little meter.
Yeah, but you can hit the blue orbs to replenish it. There you go.
Interesting. Okay. So, I kind of like how it kind of explores a sort of different way of playing it. So where you're kind of forced to speed run through it.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's a small sort of piece of the game. It's not something like you're gonna get overwhelmed or exhausted by.
Yeah, I think there's one in the final level of the demo too, but it's more for like a collectible. But yeah, it goes from level 3-1 to level 3-3, so it's skipping over something again. But that's sort of like the first real level where you have, I guess, what looks to be like a more complete kit.
Most of your tool set.
Yeah, it's also the longest level. It goes through a few stages. Komori is psyched to be like invading a ninja castle. Castle, so old school.
Yeah.
But yeah, these two have a fun relationship. They bicker, but I don't know. I imagine in like the actual second level, I assume, where you find out why Komori's in the state she's in, like they probably have a boss fight or something.
Yeah, I can see that.
She and Kenji aren't sure if she's actually dead, so I don't know exactly what happens there. But I'm very curious.
Oh, it looks like there's another node to go into Komori mode.
Yeah, this one's tricky. I think it'll take me a few times. And I forget what you get at the end of it. It might just be like a bonus collectible or
something. Yeah, I really kind of like this sort of limited enemy health because it doesn't make them sort of obstacles to you. Like, I think enemies of too much health just kind of slow things down, and when
It's just a skull, and I missed it right at the end.
but what was I trying to say? Oftentimes I find sometimes enemies just have a bit too much health, and you're more you want to get through the level more than you want to like fight them.
Yeah.
But when they're more of just sort of an obstacle that take one hit, I think that I think that blends them more into the level than makes them like kind of a chore that you need to just deal with to get through the level.
And I really like how this game you can like really carve through enemies, but you do have to kind of like think about it.
Yeah.
You have to think about how you're going to use the charges you
You
get.
plan out like your sequencing, your resources and stuff.
So yeah, I think I'm doing this a dumb way. I think eventually I figure out I should either like I should be like throwing down maybe or like melee attacking these eyes instead of trying to
I see.
dagger them.
So because it teleports you based on like the direction.
I think so. I'm not quite sure exactly. I think it's based on the way the eyes are facing. See, I do get this eventually. I don't remember if I got it in this playthrough. I might just skip it.
Okay, we'll see it. We'll look at this attempt. There you go. Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, it's challenging.
On some rooftops now.
There we go. Yeah, and eventually you go into a sewer area. You got slimes to fight, and there's a cave area. So this level's pretty long. Oh yeah, there's also sort of an area inside the tower that you have another Kumori section. Oh yeah, and I ran into a bug while I was playing this. So
Oh, really?
that's unfortunate. There's just some enemies. This section here, you have to like bounce up on those enemies to reach a higher ledge. But they got the way they spawn kind of got out of sync for me somehow. I couldn't figure out how to reset them, so I think I eventually just like killed myself and started over, and I think it worked then.
Okay, right. Yeah, I see right here. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I think those enemies are just supposed to be alive and not ghostly.
Let's see if we can get to that. Okay, this looks underground.
That's the next major section.
Here's the sewer. Oh,
There's a big guy who keeps like causing problems for that I assume is going to be the boss of this level.
Day Crag or something like that.
Yeah. But then the demo ends right before you fight him.
Oh, mission complete.
But yeah,
Alright.
I really enjoyed this. It just
Yeah. This makes me want to play The Messenger.
yeah.
I never got around to playing it.
Yeah, it's in my Steam account if you
Yeah.
want to check it out sometime.
Oh,
But yeah, this is definitely going to be a much more like classic Ninja Gaiden experience for people who are looking for that sort of thing. And but yeah, I think it comes out soon this month. I think.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, July 31st. So yeah, I am probably going to pick it up because I just had such a good time playing through it.
Nice. All right. Well, my next game, my number 3, is Metal Eden. Now, this is, I don't know why this is interesting. For some reason, Messenger was one with Jordan Peterson stuff in it.
Oh yeah, they have like a weird Jordan Peterson quote that like I think they've apologized since they didn't realize how like crazy it was, but like it's still pretty weird.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But this is Metal Eden. For some reason, at least when I last looked at it through OBS, the footage seemed like it was slower. I don't know, like, but when I just load up the raw video myself, it doesn't seem to have that problem. But sometimes when I look at it, I scrub through it on OBS. The especially in action, it seems things seem to go like more slowly, like as if you're in bullet time, and there is a bullet time mechanic in this game, but not for like the entire combat. But anyway, this is a first-person shooter. One thing I was immediately really impressed with was how good it looked compared to how well it played and how well optimized it was. Though going in, I briefly checked like the sort of community page for this. Some people apparently might not run as well if you don't have an RTX graphics card. I wouldn't know because we both have cards with tensor cores and the like. But at least with my card, I was pleasantly surprised with how well it ran. But this game takes place in like a distant sci-fi future where, okay, yeah, this is for some reason it like slows down.
Yeah, I noticed that from the footage. I wonder if it's just something with how it rendered the video.
Yeah, like the video itself, when loading it up, it runs fine, but something about OBS playing it.
Oh, okay.
It's weird.
Odd. But this is not in the demo, so yes, good to know.
But yeah, it's a distant future where mankind has perfected technology to digitize people's consciousnesses, and it's allowed them to sort of expand into a sort of a galactic empire and colonize distant worlds, but it seems to imply that that's also kind of rendered them kind of cold and uncaring, and much more like, not like pragmatic, but like, I don't know what the word for it is, but yeah, uncaring. But you don't really get much sense about what exactly is going on or where you are, beyond like your handler just doing sort of kind of vague cryptic musings. But the gameplay and the aesthetic are very solid to me. It plays very much like Doom 2016, a very similar combat rhythm, but it does some interesting stuff with how much it limits your resources. So like a lot like Doom 2016, you have a starter gun that has infinite ammo, but it will overheat, and then once it overheats, it takes like a non-insignificant amount of time to cool down before you can use it again. Here's me picking up my first like non-basic weapon, which is like a Magnum pistol. This thing's slowing down.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's just something with like OBS handling like particle effects or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Because there's a lot of these in this game. It's a very pretty game.
I do definitely get that Doom 2016 like feeling from this.
Yeah.
I've only played a bit of that.
But so like I said, your resources, you have you start to get like a lot of different resources, but each of those is pretty limited. So like with your guns that do use ammo, you only have your magazine and then like one other magazine before you run out. And then you also get an ability, so people's consciousnesses are stored in these little sort of triangular cores, and you have an ability to just telekinetically yank a core out of an enemy.
Okay.
And then you can either throw it like a grenade or consume it to like charge up your melee to do extra damage and stagger like bigger enemies. But they also have the added effect, if you throw it like a grenade, if it damages an enemy, it also spawns ammunition, and then consuming it to charge your melee also gives you health. So there's a bit of decision making there as well, so you kind of think about which resources you need in a given moment. And then there's a cooldown to the core yanking ability, but then in most like combat arenas, there's an area on the arena to walk over to recharge that ability immediately. And that seems to be the case also for ammo, health, and shields. So your resources are limited, but you can quickly recharge them. You just have to navigate to that part of like the combat arena. So that's how it kind of facilitates both like moving around a lot and sort of diversifying the tools that you use. Just I think it was I found it really sort of clever to kind of encourage like that particular sort of play style of like variety and resource management.
Yeah, it really seems like it really encourages you to just like not stick to any one thing.
That was like a common thing with like a lot of the demos I played is I would go into sort of the community page and see what kind of feedback other people gave, and that seemed to be like a big criticism of people. Is like they didn't like having like their guns run out of ammo quickly, but I thought it was a really cool and distinct sort of design brushstroke.
I saw a lot of on Steam comments as well.
Yeah,
a lot of people complaining about woke stuff.
That was definitely a common thread of like a lot of the feedback I saw of demos I played. That a lot of it was not great.
Yeah, I
almost want to maybe like release like a video about how to like actually give good feedback on a demo. But that's a subject in and of itself. But yeah, right now I have this sort of Magnum pistol. I'll eventually get a shotgun, and yeah, and then you get to some point in the demo where you get there's like a forced death. Let's see if I can get to there.
Just need to get there.
Yeah, right here. So I have to like activate some. I think I'm on like a space station, and I have to activate some platform to get me down to the planet that I'm orbiting. It's kind of unclear about like what is happening or what the stakes are.
Yeah.
But that's me. I'm like an android lady with like a jetpack. You also have a jetpack. You have a double jump with a jetpack that you can hold to
I've
hover
noticed you
with.
kind of like gliding and hovering through.
Yeah, but that has like a little meter that goes down, so you can kind of get a sense of how much you can do that. But after this combat sequence, there's a cutscene where a big robot stomps on you. Yeah, this guy right here. He does a cool superhero land and then knocks you out and then curb stomps you. And then there's a kind of extended cutscene of you getting rebuilt.
Oh my.
Which, again, some really cool CG effects. Again, I'm impressed. Assuming this is like an indie studio.
Yeah.
They've done like one other game on Steam. It's sort of another action-y game, but it's like an isometric shooter. But going into sort of a more first-person style seems pretty ambitious to me, but it's pretty neat. So yeah, you're getting rebuilt. You get a bit more, I don't know if I want to say lore, because again it's kind of cryptic, but maybe not, if not lore, maybe some like world building and some mood setting.
Yeah.
But then you're set back into another level, and you get this sort of red dust that you use as a currency to upgrade your weapons. And I think in this footage I recorded, so much like Doom 2016, you can upgrade your weapons, but you have a choice about which direction you want to go with that upgrade. So for like the pistol, you can either upgrade it to make it so that you right click to charge up like an energy blast, or you can right click to charge up like a homing missile. And so the first time I played through, I did the former, and I think I did the latter on this one. The latter really helps fighting these like floating enemies that fly around a lot, and that can be kind of hard to hit. Okay, and then this, I think this area spawns like a really big enemy, and that's a good candidate for like charging up the melee and punching with to punch off their armor. Some enemies have armor that you need to punch off or stagger off, so that's kind of another wrinkle it introduces. It almost has these like tiny grunt enemies that mostly exist just to kind of
cores
use as resources and feed the combat loop to deal with like either bigger or more kind of distinct and specialized enemies. Let's see if I can get to the point where I get the shotgun. Okay, and then you have this little upgrade system to your own core, and the one it gives you is the bullet time ability. Damn, this looks good as hell. I was hoping to make a joke about not as many people trying the demo as Femboy Futa House. But it looks like Valve removed that one from the most played list.
Oh, yeah.
Aww.
Yeah, I didn't see it on mine either. I was wondering if it was just because I have like some like safe search setting on.
Damn.
I didn't get a lot of horny demos recommended to me.
Well, rest in peace, Femboy Futa House.
Yeah. You'll live on forever in our dreams.
But yeah, I think the only demo in the ones I picked out that showed up on that list was Mina the Hollower.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, here's a weapon upgrade node. I think you can upgrade any weapon, including like your base weapon, which is like a submachine gun. I don't remember what the upgrades for that one were, because I think I upgraded my pistol in this footage. But yeah, you pick an initial upgrade, and there's sort of a tree that expands on it, or at least like a path that you go down once you pick an initial path. Let's see.
You're going down.
Okay, here's an area where I picked up a sort of a temporary weapon. It's like a minigun, but let me see if I can back up a bit. Okay, when I picked it up, it says laser Gatling in the middle there, and there's a meter that like slowly decreases. You can basically just hold down the trigger. There's no ammo. It just expires after a certain amount of time.
Oh, okay.
So you're mainly just meant to just hold down the trigger and mow down as many enemies as you can while you have this buff. So that was fun. When did I get the shotgun? You have like a grapple ability where you go along these sort of, I don't know what to call them, like little...
Yeah, these kind of rails.
Yeah. Kind of like a Bioshock Infinite.
Yeah,
right?
that was my first thought too.
Yeah. Okay, here's the shotgun.
Nice.
Picking up the shotgun. Again, I really like the sort of look of these guns. Like, very sort of futuristic, utilitarian, with like a smooth, matte texture. Something I just really like the look of it. But yeah. Showing off the shotgun, it does shotgun things that you would expect it to do. But you can see the magazine is 6, and then the reserves are 6. Or it might be 8, something like that. But yeah, typically a gun will have 1 magazine and then 1 extra magazine before you run out. But but then you have ammo that you can generate by throwing cores, and there's also typically like an ammo node that you can run over in a given combat arena to replenish. I don't remember if it replenishes all your guns or if just your equipped gun. So that's something I might have to test out. But again, it sort of incentivizes a particular combat rhythm that I found pretty fun and interesting. Yeah, here's the floating guys, and I'm using sort of the homing rocket on the pistol to shoot them down, so I don't have to worry about aiming as much. Hear me yanking this guy's core out in slow motion. I think that might have actually been bullet time. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like OBS really doesn't like when you yank the cores because of all the particles.
Yeah, but yeah, the game does not play this slowly. It's just something about OBS and particle effects.
Yeah,
but yep. Go through this level. I think that's the last really sort of feature it introduces. Yeah, this is the last combat arena, and the way it mixes things up here, there's a specific point that you need to stand, kind of like a zone capture mechanic. That's identified by like a little sort of digital sphere that kind of roams around the arena. You have to stand in it for like 10-15 seconds or something like that, while it spawns enemies that you fight off. And then when you stand in enough areas, you get like supercharged, which like gives you unlimited ammo and like supercharges your damage. So then once you pick up that buff, it spawns a bunch of these like big yellow guys that you just end up mowing through with like either your melee or your weapons and stuff. So yeah, I just blast him with my shotgun and it just blasts off all his armor immediately. So it's kind of a fun little reward for not only getting through that a little more complex combat mechanic, but also getting to the end of the demo. So that was pretty fun. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I really like Doom 2016. Obviously, I'm going to be streaming Doom Eternal soon. Yeah. But definitely took inspiration from that style of shooter and made sure to keep it things like sort of tight and refined and very considered and focused that I really appreciated. So That is Metal Eden.
Okay. It's out Q3 this
2025.
year. So not a hard date, but they have a window.
Yeah, they have a window, so I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Okay.
That is Metal Eden.
All right.
There was also another game I played that I was tempted to put on my list somewhere just because of the name. That I played either right before or after Metal Eden because I played them alphabetically, but it was called Morbid Metal.
Oh yeah, I think I saw some people talking about that one as well.
That was pretty fun, but it didn't quite make it on my list.
Yeah. All right. I will say, as just like a point of recommendation for my top 2 demos on my list, I can't stop playing them. Like, I still have them both installed, and I still play them a bunch.
Yeah, I've been seeing you playing them almost every time I walk into the garage.
They both still have their hooks in me. But for number 2 on the list, this is the one I first recommended on our Discord. It's Ball Pit.
Yeah, I've seen this one making waves too.
Yeah, if there was any game I tried a demo for this time around that I think is going to be a success, I would put my money on Ball Pit. I know some streamers have tried it out. Got the footage going. Okay, so I'll give a brief introduction. So this was the only thing I have tagged as a roguelike that made my list here. Here, this opening cutscene is great. Balbalon has fallen.
Oh, Balbalon, no!
Balbalon has been destroyed by a giant orb. It's left behind a great pit. You have to go down into that pit for, I don't know, treasure stuff. Who knows? So while this is tagged as a roguelike, and it took me kind of a really it took me a bit to kind of realize the rhythm of it. It's actually closer, I would say, to something like Vampire Survivors.
Oh, okay.
You're fighting off waves of enemies and getting weapons, and we'll get to it. So
sure.
This is mechanically it's kind of Breakout-ish. You have these rows of enemies that are basically blocks, and you fire your balls at them. Balls are your weapons to clear them. You have sort of one main ball right now. With this knight character, you start with a blood ball.
Oh, I see.
That makes enemies start bleeding, and you can hit a bleeding enemy for bonus damage. And then you have smaller baby balls.
So bleeding kind of works the way it does in Gloomhaven. It's damage over time. It's more damage.
I think there's poison that does damage over time.
Okay.
But yeah, bleeding is more like a damage buff.
Okay.
So yeah, and then as you level up, you can pick items or you can pick new balls.
Okay.
And that gives you a special ball. I don't remember what I did here. Probably. Or maybe I put
It looks pretty windy.
Yeah. Okay, I took the egg sack. That just when it hits an enemy, it bursts open into more
like a multi-ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, and then there's a bunch of different balls, and I think what we'll get to sort of the secret sauce, I think, of Ball Pit in a bit. I'm gonna since I know you've played Hollow Cure, that might be your touchstone for the genre.
Yes.
You know how Hollow Cure has anvils. You pick up to either level up a weapon or combine weapons. Ball Pit has fusion reactions. There's these sort of multicolored swirls you find on the ground.
Ooh, okay.
And
I see.
Yeah, there's one. So you get 3 options here. The first one, and I think the only one I'll have access to here, is Fission, which just randomly levels up some of your balls or your passive items.
Okay.
You also get Evolution, which is sort of combining 2 weapons in Hollow Cure. You take 2 of your fully leveled up balls and you turn them into a new ball that doesn't exactly maybe combine the effects of the previous weapons, but sort of evokes them. I could take my blood ball, and if I combine it with the I think it's the vampire ball, I get a mosquito ball that applies blood and also drains life from me. I think it might also spawn baby balls. I forget exactly what all the the evolved balls do. But I mentioned the secret sauce of Ball Pit. There's a third option called Fusion, which just like combines the effects of any two balls. You don't have to like hunt for specific synergies.
Oh.
And that means there is just an incredible amount of customization you can do with the balls you get. And you can evolve balls, level them up again, and then fuse them onto other balls.
Oh my.
So you can really like build some like truly disgusting balls. Also, once you evolve a ball or fuse a ball, it goes back into your draft pit, so you can sort of build synergies like that.
Okay.
So if I really wanted to go heavy into like on a blood build, after I fused my or evolved my blood with, I don't know, I think it's involved with, there's a few ways. It does like the, oh, like here, I'm gonna fuse these. So I got a
Lead
ball
an
that,
egg sac.
yeah, applies blood and also like spawns balls when it hits. I think my first run here doesn't last very long. I only recorded a few runs. There is a big boss at the end of the one level in the demo, but I thought it might take me a while to clear them, so I didn't get it in this footage. I did unlock a few characters.
I see. If they reach the end, they do.
Yeah, they
you.
deal damage, so if you don't clear them before they get down there, you die, and I'm about to die. But also, once you die, you go back up to the top of the pit, and that sort of unlocks the second mode, which is like a sort of a building and kind of town management game.
Okay.
It actually reminds me of Loop Hero, if you know anything about that.
I'm not familiar, unfortunately.
Yeah. You collect blueprints while you're down in the pit. You can use them to build buildings.
Oh, okay.
Like you start with just the wheat field and the forest and a rock, so you can get wheat, lumber, and ore. And use those resources to build other buildings. And other buildings like either unlock new characters or they provide just like stat boosts.
Looks like you maybe have launched yourself like a ball.
Yeah, you have to launch yourself like a ball to collect the resources.
That's
another
cool.
way it plays into the ball launching mechanic. But yeah. There's 3 characters in the demo. This like basic knight character who doesn't have any special buffs or debuffs. There's they call him the Itchy Finger. That's the second character you unlock, and probably the best character in the demo. Normally, while you're firing your balls, you have a speed debuff. You have to slow down. The Itchy Finger doesn't have that, so you can keep moving at top speed at full time. But at the cost of that, your aim is a little scattershot. But that doesn't.
Is there footage of that?
I don't remember how much footage I got.
That's alright. Anyway, you were saying.
Yeah, that's about it. And then there's a third character called the Repentant, who gets bonus damage on bounces, I believe is their thing, until your ball hits the back wall.
Nice.
And then it just returns to you, so you can't trap a ball behind and build up damage with them, but they do have other uses. The final boss I don't think I got footage of because I thought it would take me forever to get back there. I wanted to keep my footage kind of reasonable. It's a giant skeleton king, which very evocative of like a Diablo, I guess.
Yeah.
It's got some Diablo in its aesthetics. But that one's tricky because you can't hit him from the front, so you have to kind of like angle your balls to hit behind him. Or you can like build balls that just pass through enemies, which is another way to do it.
Nice.
Like there's ghost balls and wind balls that go through enemies. That's another way to do it. Oh, the laser balls are very strong. I use those a lot.
Oh, nice.
If there is something I think the game needs to work on, it's just I think there are some like right answers. Like you need a lot of AoE to take down the later waves, and like the lasers especially are really good at that. Like usually what I'll try to do is build a laser synergy with lasers have evolutions with like the poison balls and with the freeze balls, so I'll try to make one of those, and then I'll just staple on another ball that like provides a debuff like blood or fire. Make like a giant laser that just debuffs most of the enemies. And those feel great to build, but I think they might like be like the only way to win at like higher difficulties. There's like a difficulty scaling system, and there are going to be like more levels in the full game. This is the only level in the demo, but even then I'm still playing it a bunch.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of fun.
Cool. Yeah, it definitely seems really addicting.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. I don't have a ton else to add about Ball Pit. It's a simple game. Devolver is involved in the publishing.
Oh,
so
okay.
they're not the
Okay, looks like you're playing a
developer.
different person here.
Okay, yeah, that might be the itchy finger then. So we can see
He's
about
got
that.
like a
Yeah,
white
a
ring
hat. He's sort of like he's like the sheriff of the village. You have to like build the sheriff's office to unlock him. Yeah, you can see he moves a lot faster.
Okay, oh, so you unlock him by sort of interfacing with like the town
Yeah.
building mechanic. That's cool.
While you do runs, you
Also, getting kind of like Gloomhaven. And,
yeah, you enemies can drop blueprints, and like some of the blueprints are for like buildings that unlock the new characters.
Cool.
Like for him, it's the sheriff's office. I think for the other character, it's the graveyard,
Okay.
something like that. And there's also like stats, like characters both level up like in the game to get like, or during a run to get like new balls and stuff. Like here, yeah. And this guy starts with the fireball or the burn ball. That's his baseball.
Jeff said it's got good ball sound.
It does. It just feels great. What was I talking about?
Oh, I think unlocking.
Yeah. So yeah, like your characters also have like a static level that persists between runs.
Oh, okay.
So like after each run, they'll get a bit of experience for that.
Okay.
That increases their stats, and then you can also increase stats by building certain buildings in your village,
Okay.
leveling those up.
So that's sort of the kind of longevity and
Yeah.
kind of progression between runs mechanic.
Yeah.
Cool.
So eventually, you should be able to just like clear the first level as long as you upgrade stuff enough, even if you're struggling with the mechanics. But yeah.
Cool. I'm really glad that we both ended up putting ball games on our
Yeah,
list
you
somewhere.
had Orbis, I had Ball Pit.
Yes.
I guess Ooh is also kind of ball
Yes.
related.
Yes.
It was a great year
We
for
love
balls.
balls in this house.
We do. But yeah, I don't have a ton else to add about Ball Pit, but I'm definitely gonna pour hours and hours into this.
Yes. It looks great.
Comes out. I don't remember if it has a date. Just out 2025. So
Okay.
hopefully soon. I think at like Devolver's big summer thing they had at Games Fest, they talked about it a bunch.
Cool.
All right.
All right. That is Ball Pit. Okay.
And it's Ball Pit, not Ball X Pit. It's going by Hunter x Hunter rules.
Hunter x Hunter rules, yeah.
There's another game I played that did that. Davy Jones.
Oh,
It's
really?
like Davy X Jones, but the X is silent.
Strange. Well, people just like their silent X's.
guess
or
so.
something. All right, so we're at my number 2 game. And I think I did say earlier that I'm not typically a fan of like quote unquote cozy stuff. And I guess I'm a fucking liar because this is cozy as hell.
It does look very cozy.
It is the cutest and most charming shit I've ever played. But this is Lost and Found Company. But this is sort of like it. I guess it's essentially a hidden object game. It kind of functions a lot like Where's Waldo. But
Okay. Yeah.
one is head and one's the body.
Yeah, Jeff was asking about Davy Jones.
Oh, Davy Jones. Okay. But like the story is you play as either a human person named Duck or you might be a duck
Okay.
transformed into a human with magic, but by a shrine goddess. And this is the introduction. It's very funny. So the tutorial, you have to point out yourself and you're sleeping in a pond, and the shrine goddess as your boss gets mad at you for sleeping, and so she turns you into roast duck.
Yeah. Oh no.
And apparently this turned off a lot of people in the
Oh,
demo
really?
because they were not expecting this amount of like quote unquote violence.
Oh god.
Here she goes. Go. even though like it turns out it's just a dream sequence.
Oh no.
But even then, like still, it's like to me, at least to me, it's like Looney Tunes level
Yeah.
of like slapstick violence.
seems
So it didn't
little
really do
silly.
anything for me. But basically, this shrine goddess, she's slowly losing her power because people aren't like donating, like tossing like their spare change into it. So you've started up a business. Oh yeah, and then as she wanes in her power, she turns from a human into an axolotl.
Okay. Nice.
So you started up a business to find lost items for people, and so you go to a level and some like NPC enlists you to find certain objects for him. So the first level is a little kid that enlists you to find certain types of rare candy at a candy store, and so the first level is this really sort of fancy and elaborate confection shop. And this footage right now is sort of teaching you some of the mechanics of the game. And, I forget what they're called. Let me see here. A cursed spirit. So there are some objects in the game that are like just black and white and kind of like wiggling around or glitching or animated in a weird way. And if you click on those are cursed spirits, and they sort of kind of function as your resource for hints. So if you find one, you can then spend it to get like a hint for a certain object that you're kind of struggling to find. Oh yeah, they're called jujus.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can see the kind of list of objects that you need to find at the bottom of the screen there. And so in this level, you need to find a bunch of pieces of like kind of rare or uncommon candy for this little kid that he's trying to get. Let's see if I can skip ahead to like the actual level, because this is like still tutorializing.
Yeah, about the jujus.
Yeah. But in addition to finding those main items, there's like a few kind of optional objectives as well. Oh, I went too far in the...
Yeah.
But yeah, most of the game is sort of just scanning over these levels and kind of clicking on objects and kind of finding them. There's me finding the box of Pocky here. And then you can click on an object and get like a description and a bit of a hint as to where it might be. Some objects you can't find until you interact with other objects. So like one of the objects was like a can of soda. You had to tap on the vending machine to dispense before you could click on it. But yeah, it's a lot of sort of moving the screen around, pointing and clicking. But it's in these little vignettes that are just really sort of charming and just full of personality and character.
Yeah.
And color. So this first level, and you can go into the back of the candy store. There's this person in a dark room watching TV. But if you go turn on the lights, you have to click on the lamp to turn them on. So I get around to actually doing that. Just click. Okay, there. You turn on the lights, and the person is gone, and everything's like neatly placed, put away.
Interesting.
So,
spooky.
Yes, very spooky. But then I just need I just have one more piece of candy to find for this kid. It's like a candy apple that's hidden itself by next to these hanging lanterns above this old lady.
Oh yeah, I see.
So then you find all the stuff for this kid, and you get like a little cutscene of him visiting his sister in the hospital and sharing candy with her.
Oh, nice.
Very
wholesome.
Very wholesome, yes. And sort of the next level is an old sea captain. You have to go to this sort of like nautical themed club, and you have to like locate him first. Oh yeah, first it gives you a tutorial of there's a sort of kind of supplemental game where you have like a room that you can decorate with like furniture and knickknacks and stuff. Take me to the office. Yeah, see, this is a very sort of plain room that you can like fill with all manner of junk that you want, and you can reorient things. But it looks like there's like a ton of stuff. You can really be creative with what kind of space that you want to build. And there's a shop of a fox guy that will sell you stuff that you can put in here, and he also sells like sets of stuff that just kind of function as like an entire template for different sort of kinds of rooms if building things from scratch seems overwhelming. So that's nice. But the next level, the missing captain. Get to Smurley Island. May and Ducky track down a captain who has gone missing in the entertainment district. So we have to locate a captain who's gone missing in this little entertainment area that's sort of set up on this pier. And in order to... Okay, yeah, let me get this little cutscene. Some sailors drinking some bunny girls. Bar.
Oh my. They do love the bunnies.
So there's a lot of humans and lots of humanoid animals.
Yeah, I see.
But, yeah, Bruce's bar. So the first thing you need to do in order to locate the captain is you have to find Bruce, the guy running the bar, and then he enlists you in locating different drinks and then serving drinks to different NPCs that are associated with them. Here's Bruce. I've clicked on him. He magically gives me a waiter outfit. So then, skip ahead, there's a list of drinks at the bottom, and then once I find a drink, you can see that there's the NPC I need to find to give that drink to.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with this genre, but it's interesting they have this sort of like multi-step aspect to it. I haven't really seen that before.
Gives a bit, kind of helps give a bit more of like a story to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I did much with the optional objectives in the previous level. I think I might do a bit more with this one.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, once I've handed out all the drinks, Bruce tells me where the captain is. Apparently here we go. Captain got drunk and rowdy, and so they had to throw him into this storage room on the 3rd level of the bar. So here he is, this drunk old pelican man. And so then you have to locate all the items that he's misplaced in his sort of drunken stupor.
Yes.
To help him, sail away. Chirpman is his name.
Good. Yeah, that pelican has seen better days.
Yes. So then he gives you a new set of items to find. Oh, I think I'm doing an optional objective here. I have to find Pony Jackson.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Yes.
Look at that.
But yeah, you see like a set of objects there that I need to locate. Looks like a stuffed bunny, a coat, a watch, a picture, which I believe is of his sweetheart.
Oh, good.
And then a spyglass, yeah, a hat and a sock. And if you can see, there's like a little yellow circle next to the stuffed bunny. Okay. That's the symbol indicating you need to interact with another object.
Oh, to find that.
Yeah, okay. And so I don't remember where my footage is, but here we go. Yeah, you have to. There's a part on the left side of the map where there's a couple porta potties, and you have to click on it, and he's inside of one of those with people knocking on it, waiting to use the restroom.
There we go.
And you find all of his objects, and then there's like a yeah, and just like last time, each has like a clue as to where it is. So like the watch was taken by some like angry sailors. So you just look for a bunch of sailors at a table, and there's a watch on the table. You click on that, and his hat was stolen by like a masked lady. So then once you give him everything, it plays another cutscene, and it shows Duck kind of going to these different people and getting the items from them. Getting a hat from the lady and a sock from some kind of sea goblin or something. Yeah. And then those are the only main story levels, and then it introduces a couple new characters. Some other shrine goddess who's enlisted a much more sort of edgy and prickly guy to find objects for her, and sort of set up a sort of competing business to locate objects. Yeah, his name's Gus, but he still has like a bird bill themed hat on him. So yes. So now you have a business that you're competing with. But then there's 3 optional levels. The first one, Gary Oak looking motherfucker.
Yeah.
This is Kit. This is the fox guy that handles like all the cosmetic items you can put in your room. But he has a level focused on him where it's like a kind of a shrine garden, and he has like a bunch of his fox friends that he's trying to round up so they can all go home together. Here we go. Yeah. So now, instead of objects you're looking for like different foxes in this garden that's filled with different foxes.
Oh, I see. Look at that. That looks tricky.
Yes. And you can zoom out. And it's a typical sort of Japanese garden. A lot of these locations are very sort of Japan inspired or anime inspired.
Yeah.
You find all these foxes for him. There's a few optional objectives. One of them is to find like all the non-fox animals in here.
That's funny. I see some ducks.
Yes. Some very giant and menacing looking koi in the water.
I see. Oh my, yeah. They do not look happy.
There's a torii gate in the northwest corner.
On the way to Kamurocho.
Yes. Yeah, here, okay, yeah, I finished the objective for spotting unique wild animals, and they all gather next to the torii gate, and this fox guy takes pictures of them. Cool. And then the next level is a tea house. And the big theme of this is like, how many of these human characters are actually Tanuki in disguise?
Oh, fun.
Which is, if you do like all the optional objectives, seems like almost half of them.
Wow.
If not more. But it's very fun. Again, it's just finding objects, but there's the sort of added.
Yeah, a lot of like narrative and just character building stuff.
So yeah, one of the objectives is to go through this like little theatrical presentation going on in this room. If you keep clicking through it, this person hides themselves behind these panels, and they transform themselves. They keep transforming themselves, and then they eventually transform into a big tiger that jumps on the table.
Oh, nice.
Which is fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's some Tanuki.
Yes. And then the last map is also the most complex one, is a cat cafe. And you have to find, and the story for this one is people's cats keep going missing.
Oh no.
And they keep getting attracted to the cat cafe, so they end up just hanging out there. Yeah. Missing, lots of cats have gone missing from homes. All clues lead to a local cat cafe. So, lots and lots of cats. So this is kind of like the fox level, where instead of objects, you're looking for animals, except it's different cats among a vast swath of cats.
Oh yeah, look at all of them.
Yes, and of course, again, there's like fun and funny optional objectives you can do. Like here, there's like a hidden underground area with a sort of Catwoman style thief.
Oh no!
Who stored all of like her valuables that she's taken.
Nice. Oh, lucky cat. Oh, cat in a chest.
Yes. Yeah, I found a juju there. I can break down the glass and steal all the valuables. Or steal back all the valuables, I guess. I don't know. All the animals that might or might not turn into pets raises questions about the ethics of having a pet cat.
Yeah.
Something I'm sure the main game will tackle rigorously. Yeah, in the cat cafe, there's like a few like hidden mouse holes that you can go into. Like there's this little mouse. You feed him cheese, and he gets really fat.
Oh boy. Seems like it'd be dangerous to be a mouse in this environment.
And then there's another mouse hole that has a bunch of mice with like a disco ball that they're all dancing around.
Nice.
Yep. This is the only level I could not 100%. There were a few jujus that eluded me. And then there's 2 optional objectives where it's just finding a certain amount of items. So you have to find like 5 misplaced wallets, and then also 5 misplaced toy mice. And those are really hard to find.
Yeah, I bet.
But yeah, very charming, very fun. You can sometimes the levels can take a while to find everything, but it's really easy to sort of get absorbed and taken in by all the color and charm of everything. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Yeah, it looks really cute.
Yes, and you can check your mailbox after every mission. People will usually mail you like either cosmetic items or currency to buy more cosmetics. So
Cool.
But yeah, looks really fun. Can't wait to check out more of it.
Yeah.
Looks like it also says 2025 for its release at some point. This is me trying to figure out how to close the game.
Oh, yeah.
But yep, that's Lost and Found Company.
All right.
I enjoyed it quite a bit.
All right.
So your final game?
Yes, time for my number 1. And if I was gonna give an award for like my favorite tagline of any of the demos I'd play, this one would definitely win. My number 1 is Unbeatable,
Okay.
a game where music is illegal and you do crimes.
Oh boy.
Okay. Yes. Unbeatable is a rhythm game, and I haven't really gotten into a rhythm game in a while, but this one definitely got its hooks into me. I guess like Hi-Fi Rush kind of, but that's
true, yeah.
as much an action game as it is a rhythm game.
I also played a couple rhythm games myself, but none of them ended up on my list. One of them was straight up just Rhythm Heaven.
Okay, we'll talk about Rhythm Heaven a bit, because there's a bit of Rhythm Heaven in this.
Oh, okay.
But, Unbeatable, it exists in some sort of state where they've banned music for some reason, and you're an outlaw in a band with some very anime-ish characters. I think I turned the difficulty. Oh, I have it at normal for this. Okay, that's good, because I've like kept playing this one a bunch. Oh yeah, I couldn't figure out how to like restart the demo because I went back to this game.
Yeah, reset your progress.
This demo's interesting because there's a story demo and an arcade demo, and I only have footage here from the story mission, which doesn't actually have like a ton of the basic rhythm gameplay. Like it'll start out with some right away, so you can kind of see the gist of it. But at its core, it's a very simple. Oh, there we go. I finally figured out how to reset my progress. Simple rhythm. I think the game it'd be most similar to, I think it's called Muse
Yes,
Dash.
Muse Dash.
You've got like
what I immediately thought of looking at this.
2 rows.
Yeah.
You just need to hit up and down to match the notes. But then they just pile stuff on. At this difficulty, there's not going to be a ton of like super difficult stuff. The stuff you have to hit at the same time. Like notes you have to hold. There's notes where you knock a note kind of from the top rank into the bottom rank.
Oh, okay.
There's sort of like multi-hit chains you have to hit everyone else to complete. That sort of thing. It gits very tricky at higher difficulties, but that really only shows up in the arcade mode. But the arcade mode is very addicting. If I give one compliment to this game, the music in this, not really the sort of thing I usually listen to. I'd say it's kind of in like, I guess you'd say it's like the pop rock kind of wing of rock. Here's one of the 2-step notes. So you have to like hit them from one rank to the other. Here's the multi-step ones. Yeah, but it's still like I'm still having a blast just playing the arcade mode. A lot of the songs also have like sort of like club remixes, I guess, and that is absolutely not my thing. But I still enjoy the music in this quite a bit just because the tracks are so fun. But anyway, after this sort of intro and tutorial, I guess this takes place on a train, and then the train kind of blows up, and you and your crew here wake up on a beach. I think before that there's a scene with the villains where they kind of explain who the characters are. So you want to like skip ahead to that maybe. Here's the step. hold. For this, you get help out from your guitarist, who's this little blue-haired girl.
Yeah, I didn't see her initially.
Yeah, you can't really see her there. I wonder if they're just not done animating her. Also, you do have to fight cops.
Yeah, I see that.
They seem like they're going to be a very common enemy with the base game stuff.
I almost thought I was almost expecting you to fight Elite Beat agents.
Possibly down the line. And you're definitely going to fight, like, operatives of the state.
That's true.
Right?
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, after this, there's a scene with, like, some sort of government official who seems tasked with stopping your gang, and she has a pair of Team Rocket-esque assistants.
Oh, good.
Who brief her on the members of your band. The main character is named Beat. She's like the pink-haired girl. She's the lead singer. Does most of the punching in the rhythm game. There's Quaver, who is a young girl who's your lead guitarist. She's like, I guess they think she's been kidnapped by you, but the Team Rocket assholes are very aware that she's very clearly way into this.
Okay.
And then
some Stockholm syndrome.
I know this whole thing might have been her idea.
Yeah.
Yes. And then you have a drummer named Clef and a keyboardist named Treble. I might have those reversed. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, okay.
They quit the band early into the demo, but I think they'll be back eventually.
Okay.
How it goes. For most of the demo, you're really just sort of wandering around this kind of seaside town you washed up in and getting into kind of like, I would guess, rhythm-related hijinks, sort of. Mm-hmm. And like the other stuff you do in this game isn't like the basic like rhythm, like Mustache style gameplay. Like you find a side quest where these two kids need to get a trophy from a baseball batting center, but the batting cages are like haunted or something.
Oh.
So they're like like going after the kids. So you have to go in there and win the batting game for them. And that gameplay is much closer to something like Rhythm Heaven, where it kind of like teaches you the rhythm of what you do.
Oh, here's a cutscene. You're running into the Team Rocket people.
Yes. This is right after your drummer and keyboardist have quit the band, and they're kind of here to like taunt the guitarist for some reason. I don't know why they want to make her feel bad. She's just a kid. They're doing hijinks here. Silly stuff.
Let's see if I can get to that batting.
It might be like in the back half of the demo. It's sort of over the shoulder, like kind of behind the character. But there's a couple like other sort of like rhythm related things and non-rhythm related things you get up to. Okay. There's a poster making mini game, and then you have to you get to make posters and then you plaster them up over like propaganda that like the police and the anti music people have put up. Quaver also makes a poster, but it's real bad, which is fun. Yeah, here's the kids. Yeah, this is the batting minigame. So you don't have like an on-screen tell really like you do with the basic gameplay, so you kind of have to just go with sounds and with the animations. It is a good time. It feels like kind of close to Rhythm Heaven. This is that's what I would tag it in. I didn't realize this when I was playing through before, but there's also like a drink making mini game you can do at a bar. And that also has a rhythm element for like shaking the ingredients together, but it's also just like kind of time management and like figuring out the right ingredients. It's interesting.
Does it involve rhythm in some way?
Yes, when you're shaking the ingredients together, you kind of have to hit the correct beats and stuff.
Interesting.
There's also like Quaver, the little girl character, has photos of her parents who are apparently no longer around, and you can go around this town and like sort of recreate those photos with her. Man, I'm doing bad here. And I didn't realize this demo has 2 endings. The first time I played through it, I didn't do the photo stuff, and I just got like the regular ending, but if you find all the photos and recreate them, you get a different ending, which is neat. But I'm really like enjoying a lot of what's on offer here. The story is like fine. I think I need to see more of it, but just like the tone of it is really strong. One of the big like influences is Fooly Cooly, and you can really feel that, and just like the way things are animated.
Yeah.
A lot of
that's really pop rock too.
Yeah. Like a lot of this demo, I think, like, you know, those moments in Fooly Cooly, like in between all the crazy stuff happening, where characters are kind of just like downbeat and like chilling a bit. Yeah. That's the tone of a lot of this demo. Just kind of like people kind of like dealing with stuff.
Yeah.
And it just like hits just right. Oh, one other rhythm thing I kind of forgot about. Like while you're wandering around town, the main character will just kind of like start like sort of tuning into the background sounds in this area, and you kind of like have a short little mini game where you kind of just like match the sound of them and sort of turn them into a song. And that's just kind of a really like, interesting little character building game. But yeah, so that's the story demo, but like I really wish I'd gotten footage of the arcade demo, because that's kind of been consuming my life lately. It's really fun. Once you start pushing this into the harder difficulties, the demo, the gameplay just gets really addictive. I've cleared some hard levels and like maybe one or two like expert things, but it really ratchets up the difficulty in a fun way.
I do like how it has on one side like a very sort of discrete, straight up rhythm game that's seems like the main gameplay element, but then also has like much smaller sort of like rhythm stuff. It
sort of explores like the rhythm, the music concepts in a lot of unique ways I wasn't quite expecting.
Almost kind of little kind of nuggets to explore different rhythm based design space. While also like world building. Very cool. Let's see if I can get a bit of the ending here.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let's see. So at about halfway through the demo, after you and Quaver get separated after sort of messing with those twins, she goes and Beat finds like another photo of her parents in sort of this abandoned office. She's trying to take it to her up at this lighthouse, but they run into the twins again, and the twins steal the photo and burn it in front of her. Because they're bad news. So that's when you decide to put on one final concert. So you make some posters, put them up around town, take photos with Quaver if you want to, and get the good ending, I guess. But then the demo ends kind of like right before that concert's about to hear. This is the last scene here. This is, if you don't do all the photos, you and Quaver just go up to the concert and it's about to start. But if you do, she kind of wanders off because she gets depressed thinking about her parents. But then you can find her and comfort her and whatnot. This is one of the sections where you're just kind of like vibing to the background rhythms of an area. But yeah, it's a really interesting package of stuff, and I just really dug the tone it's going for. The gameplay is really fun, and I'm really interested in seeing what it looks like in the full game. If they're going to stick to just sort of this one town, or if they're going to maybe like expand the area you explore. So I can see it going either way.
It's a very distinct kind of vibe. It's easy to get sucked into. Very cool.
It's out sometime this year. It doesn't have an exact date.
Unbeatable.
Yeah, this is right at the end.
Oh, this looks like a trailer.
Yeah, I think right after the demo ends, it plays a trailer.
Nice.
A few demos I had did that.
Play stack. I've heard that.
Yeah, I also.
I think it's related to something we streamed before.
Possibly. They just said they're going to be at SGDQ selling merch. I'm in their
cool.
Discord now.
Nice. It's funny because I don't know how much you can speedrun a rhythm game.
Yeah, I don't know They'll have that there. I know they've done some rhythm game stuff here, but it's more like skill.
A skill
showcases.
showcase, yeah. I could see that. But anyway, yep, that's unbeatable.
Yep.
All right.
That's my top title this time around. And now Thomas will finish us off.
Yes.
A very similar game, I think, totally.
Yeah. You know how I said I didn't like cozy games and then said I'm a liar. This, I don't think this is probably the closest you could get to the exact opposite of cozy.
Yeah.
Unless for some reason you find Manhunt to be cozy.
Yeah.
But this is Pig Face. And, oh, come on, Pig Face footage. Crap. Pig face footage doesn't seem to be playing. It's weird. Oh. None of the footage is playing. That's weird and unfortunate. One moment.
Oh, PlaySec's a publisher. They publish the Golden Idol games.
Oh, okay.
And Balatro.
Okay, I just loaded up the video and did window capture for it. But this is Pig Face.
All right, I'm excited to hear about this one.
Yeah, so the story is pretty straightforward. It seems like you play some sort of like operator of some kind, some sort of like wet work specialist. Basically, you're a highly trained killer that up until this point you're retired, but then you're kidnapped by this group of mysterious men and then have an explosive implanted in your skull and are basically ordered at not knife or gun but explosive point to do missions where you kill lots of people. Yeah, there's only one mission in the demo, but there is also a tutorial.
Okay.
You can hear the drilling sounds of this. Oh, actually, I don't know if it's captured.
Yeah, I don't hear it, so it might just be you.
Let me see.
I see drilling sounds and skull breaking sounds in the subtitles.
I'll activate let's see if I can turn desktop audio on. That might do it.
Hello, Exit. If it feels like something's been implanted at the base of your skull, that's because there has. It's a small explosive device, one that I can detonate at any time.
Feels like something's been implanted at the base of your skull. That's because there has.
Okay. Yeah, you can at least read the dialogue through subtitles. It's unfortunate I can't get the audio captured, but actually, I think it is getting captured because I can hear it through the mixer. So at least I can hear it, but you won't be able to.
That's fine.
But
That's fine. We've gone without sound.
Yeah, we're in the tutorial is in this like creepy warehouse. Basically, it's the way this game functions. It's basically like a first-person Hotline Miami.
Okay.
So, and which seems straightforward, but Hotline Miami is like exploded in popularity when it came out. Oh my gosh, almost
over a decade
ago. And it spawned like a lot of sort of like copycats or derivative games, but I don't know if any of them really managed to capture the very sort of specific and meticulous combat rhythm that Hotline Miami achieves, because it's very I feel like it's like surprisingly like specific, because there's a very sort of specific sort of cycle of building up and releasing tension that I've only ever seen achieved by Hotline Miami until this game. I think this game does the best job so far at really sort of mimicking that particular cycle, because both you and enemies die to just a few hits, so there's that existing tension. So you typically have to navigate levels very slowly, but then once you sort of quote unquote go loud, it's things just like a switch flips and things immediately get like really hectic and manic until you've neutralized every enemy that's aware of you, and then it quickly gets silent again, and there's just that release of like silence until things start building up again as you sort of navigate the level more and neutralize more enemies. But it controls very simply like Hotline Miami. You get a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. Unlike, at least Hotline Miami, you only carry one weapon at a time. You're at least afforded the luxury of 2 items this time. But you get a gun and a melee weapon. I think I went with the baseball bat, and looks like I went with the sniper rifle this time through.
Okay.
But yeah, you basically go through space and you shoot or smack enemies. But you also get like there's a slot for like a sort of supplemental item. I think the only one it introduces right now is like a healing syringe, but that'll heal you back to full health. But you can also like stay out of combat for like a certain amount of time that will heal you up to half. So you don't have the concern of like eventually like running out of health as a resource. So health isn't really like a resource meant to exist like to be like this force of attrition fighting against you. It's more like it's just how much damage you're able to take in a given moment.
Yeah, it's more health is like just fight to fight essentially. It's a resource during a fight, not over like a whole level.
Yeah, but this is me navigating the tutorial level. But then after this, then there's a little timer for how long it takes you to go through the tutorial.
We've got the van waiting.
And you get to go back to the van after you wake up. Let me rewind a bit. You go to you get through the exit. There's like a little confetti celebration.
Oh, nice.
I think I had a tough time finding the exit for a second. Yeah, it's this doorway here. And there we go. There's the confetti. Oh yeah, I got a little experimental. I wanted to see what would happen if you shot like all the guards outside waiting for you before you go into the van. And what happens is what you would expect to happen. Okay. They gun you down and you just respawn.
Nice.
But you climb in the van. You get $1,000 to work with, and this grimy apartment to live in.
Oh, lovely!
And this is sort of kind of your hub area. You
interacting with
you
your
pick
laptop.
missions from a laptop, and you can purchase
You can
equipment.
also change your clothes
So
by
you can like
interacting
purchase
with your
new
and your
weapons. You
doctor.
can also purchase attachments to your weapons. So one weird thing I ran into when re-recording this footage is
Oh, and
when I first played through this, I purchased the revolver, and you can purchase a scope and a suppressor to go with it. And it's really good. It kind of trivializes the first level that you go into, because the level is like a farmhouse with like kind of an open area around it. So you can just kind of hide and kind of snipe people at range. And your gun, even though it's a revolver, it seemingly doesn't have any sort of like drop off or spread to worry about. It's just like pinpoint accurate, which was overpowered but also really fun to use.
I bet, yeah.
But unfortunately, I did the same when re-recording this footage, but I ran into a bug where my revolver would not fire if I was scoped up, which kind of eliminates the purpose of even using the scope.
Yeah.
So I assume is a bug, but it's also kind of a funny thing,
Yeah.
funny glitch that kind of neutralizes the overpoweredness of that gun with its attachments. So I ended up having to use the submachine gun that they gift you at the in the demo. So you pick your mission, and then you're inside the van that you went in at the end of the tutorial, and this is where you like cycle through and pick your loadout for the level. This is kind of like the Hotline Miami analog of picking your mask,
Yeah.
but you get to pick your weapon. You can also pick your ranged and melee weapons. If you purchase armor, you can also pick that. And just like Hotline Miami, you can also pick a mask that gives modifiers.
Fun.
The only mask that you get is the mask of the gang members that you kill in the demo, and that lets you regenerate to full health instead of just half health.
Okay.
But yeah, let's go to the farmhouse. And so the farmhouse, it shows your objectives here. I cycled through it too quickly. Let's see here. So you tab to open your flip phone, which might also, I guess, date the story of this game.
the objectives on your phone. Now break a leg.
You hit tab to open your phone. Okay, I'll pause it here. And this shows your objectives. Take the drug samples from the barn, find 2 file folders inside the house, and then the optional objective is to kill everybody, which is 30 NPCs, which is a lot, but that's like a typical Hotline Miami level. But definitely, one thing you can immediately notice how it separates itself from Hotline Miami is the color palette.
Yeah, it's very
Much more sort of grimier,
Yeah.
much sepia, desaturated. Almost opposite of Hotline Miami's like hyper saturation.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's me trying to shoot with
people.
my revolver. Let me see if I can skip ahead to where I use the submachine gun, because I keep trying to reload the mission to see if that will fix it. Okay, here we go. I'll just give up and use the submachine gun. So it's this open area. There's a road. You start on one side of the road, and then the other side of the road is the barn and the farmhouse. The barn has the drugs in it, and the farmhouse has the files that you need to get to. And then there's me gunning that person down. But much like Hotline Miami, it's this sort of rhythm of like shooting a few enemies, alerting a cluster of enemies to your presence, and sort of kind of gunning them down as they make their way to you, as you try and like avoid their attacks until things go quiet, and then you kind of run into your next group of enemies here. Yeah, so here's me kind of using this corner of the barn as cover. It's very dark, and I flip my light on. So it kind of find the guy, the kind of surprise of a guy's coming around the corner of the barn. I kind of have to retreat and heal up.
Oh yeah.
I think this playthrough I mostly do with guns. I don't do a lot of melee, but my first time through I used my bat a lot more. I guess I didn't notice this until I watched Grimbeard play through this. If you use the shovel, you can throw it. And if you throw it just right, you can decapitate people with it.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Which is very fun.
Once I saw those were chuckable.
Yeah. Yeah, but melee weapons are also throwable, like in Hotline Miami. But yes. But I like how this I appreciate how much it achieves that sort of dopamine rhythm of Hotline Miami, but more fascinatingly, I like how it separates itself, like I said earlier with the color palette, but also how you're limited by your vision is wholly different from Hotline Miami. So in Hotline Miami, it's a top-down perspective, and the main way you're limited is just like the bounds of the screen. So sometimes you'll have rooms that get so big that they extend past the edges of the screen. So you're the main challenge is kind of finding how far off the edges of the screen the given like opening in a room creates, and what kind of threats might be on the other side that you are not aware of yet until they attack you. So whereas your visual limits in this are the first person perspective, it's much more easy for you to not notice enemies sort of flanking you or like above or below you. And I just kind of find it fascinating how you're still your vision is still a big challenge, but in like a completely different way than Hotline Miami, which I just found really cool. But yeah, I cleared out the barn house. There's this little shed here with guards posted. I think some of the drugs I need to collect are, but yeah, you fulfill that objective and then you clear the place out of enemies. I think you just get extra cash for doing that.
Okay. So if you die, do you have to start over from the top?
Yes.
Okay. So that's like Hotline Miami as well.
Yeah. At least Hotline Miami, each floor is kind of checkpointed.
Yeah.
There didn't seem to be anything like that here. You just start the level over. So I could see maybe like at longer or more complex levels getting frustrating if you.
But
hit a
if they do
fail state.
longer levels, they might also have some sort of
Yeah, I'm curious if they might implement like a checkpointing system for that. I don't know, Jeff, if you can purchase an apartment that's not shit. But
I mean, I
we'll
can't
have
do
to
that
see.
in real life, so I don't see why this lady would be able to.
Yeah. Oh, here's like an optional note you could read. I know it's not so bad. Free from room and board, and I can get high literally whenever I want. No parents bitching at me. So I cleared the whole level out.
Cool.
I just run back to the van here. But I'm a big fan of Hotline Miami, and this achieved scratching that itch very well, while also kind of doing something on its own, both in terms of its gameplay and its aesthetic. So I just really enjoyed it.
Awesome.
Though it doesn't quite have the replayability of Unbeatable or Ball Pit.
That's fine.
At least in this single demo,
Yeah.
because it just has the one level and the handful of items you can use, some of which work, but some. I wonder if there's been like a new version that's fixed.
Yeah,
that.
I wonder if they like tried to do a nerf to the pistol just to lower its power, like it's kind of overpowered and just like broke it in some way. And maybe it's been fixed since then.
But yep, that is Pigface.
Right.
It's very fun, but definitely a bit more of an acquired taste than maybe Lost and Found Company.
Yeah.
But both very, very fun games.
Oh, good.
And that's that was Next Fest
for June 2025.
yeah.
Next Fest.
It was a good time. I don't know how long Next Fest has been a thing, but I've been really enjoying it.
I like doing these.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it for this year. I think the next one is in October.
I think that's how they do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
February, June, October.
Yeah. About 4 months between each.
Mm-hmm.
3 times a year. I'm surprised how
Yeah.
frequent it is. But yep. Yeah, well, it looks like a lot of these are slated to either come out this year or early next year.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to check these out. I'm really glad to see all these different ways that indie developers are able to sort of put their ideas into life.
I feel like we got a very nice spread of different tiles again.
Yes.
So.
There's the tier list. But yep, and we'll see you next Fest in October, and then we'll see you Saturday with more Kathy Rain.
Yes.
Probably might be getting close to the end of that.
Yeah, I think we maybe have one more stream in us.
Okay, cool.
I don't know exactly. I haven't like spoiled myself for it, but it feels like we're nearing the end.
Cool. And John has some more 2XKO stuff that he wants to
I
get
just
through
need
before
to finish
Evo.
taking some notes, so we'll try to do another stream of that.
Maybe this weekend.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see y'all Saturday.